Okay, good morning everyone. It's 9:30 and time for me to open this session of the Enfield Local Plan examination. I'm Stephen Lee, the Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan and report to the Council in due course. Everybody's been here many times before, as I keep saying, I'm not going to go through my opening. I don't think there's any need. Really, a couple of we'll do introductions for anybody who may be watching at home, a couple of housekeeping matters from me, and then I'll see if any matters arising from the Council, but if not, we'll get straight into the order of business, which is policies on transport and or movement and activity, policies on culture and policies on town centre. I will just cover a couple of things for those in the room. Steve's been with us before, but Steve is the programme officer for today and this week, other than that. So obviously, say Steve's been here before, and if there are any issues in terms of organisation of the hearings or so on and so forth, then please speak to Steve as normal. Or if there are any documents that need submitting, then they will be submitted to the usual email address and so on. That's no change. That's one thing. Secondly, today, the programme, and I haven't done an agenda. I realised I've done an agenda for today. I decided that actually it was not really necessary, being reminded it's quite clear what we're doing now. Just running through the questions and policies, it's just extra paper. But the programme does have the day split up into morning and afternoon, with transport and culture this morning and town centre this afternoon. I just wanted to check, Mr. Byrne, you're the only participant down for this afternoon, but I just wonder, is that like last week where you put it down just in case it overflows? So you're not intending, because you're not put a statement in because you're not obliged to, but I just want to check. So it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but I think if no one is here for policies in town centre, if we get to that before lunch, I'm not going to stop at, say, 12 o'clock and then wait till 2 o'clock to come back and do the very few policies on town centre. So we'll just carry on. If anybody at home is desperately wanting to watch that, then they can always watch it on catch up, can't they? We'll have a pause between the sessions so that the stream can just make it clear that we're breaking for different matters, but I think that makes more sense than hanging around till 2 o'clock. Clearly we might get to lunch anyway, who knows? I mean, I would hope not, before we need to move. And then again, depending how far we get through, I think we'll just have to see what we want to do about breaking for lunch and so on, whether we carry on and have lunch afterwards, or we'll just see how we get on. There's only 3 policies on transport. There's 6 policies on culture, but only a couple of those I think are going to take a bit of time. And then there are, I think, not that many policies on town centre either. So maybe a relatively short day. Okay, so first things first, that's enough from me. We'll do introductions first, and then I'll just see if there are any matters arising. Mr. Reid.
Thank you very much. So my name is Matthew Reid. I'm King's Counsel. I'm representing the Council. Mr. Dale Harris sits alongside me. He'll introduce himself.
Good morning, sir. My name is Matthew Dale Harris. I'm a barrister of council instructed by the council.
Good morning. David Harbert, today representing the Hadley Wood Neighbourhood Planning Forum and the Hadley Wood Association.
Good morning. I am Matt Byrne, representing Better Homes Enfield and NCAF Land Use Working Group.
Okay, thank you all. Are there any matters arising from the council?
2 things, please. So the first relates to the position statement with TfL. You remember that there was some discussions ongoing about that, and we were hoping we would get to a position where you could have a copy of that before this morning. We have been told this morning that it's now been agreed. So I have a copy of it. It's still headed draft, but so you may want to have it before we discuss things today. In truth, I think it doesn't make very much difference to the in-principle issues that we'll be discussing in T1 through to T3. And in order perhaps to give anybody else the chance to read it, it may be sensible if we make sure that it's on a finalised form and then provide it to you at a later point.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, I don't particularly want drafts. I mean, we could, if you've got paper copies now, we could hand it out and have an adjournment, depending on how long it is. But I think in the first instance, if you could just highlight, if when we go through, there's only 3 policies. I mean, in terms of today, if you'd highlight where I've got a statement on transport from TfL anyway, so one assumes that this, what they've said in their statement is not dissimilar to what you may have agreed. And then obviously once I've seen the statement, insofar as it might impinge on other matters already discussed, I'll have to determine whether or not there's a need. As we said last week, in relation to various matters, new towns, but also Coliseum Retail Park, URB1, so on and so forth, there may be other things we need to come back and have a wash-up session on at some point in the future, and there may be some things in that are best covered. So, yeah.
Quite so. The content of the position statement really revolves around the discussions that were had in stage 2 with regard to Crucial and Chase Park.
I assumed it would be,
So-
so we said, yeah. So, okay, but there's no to worry too much about that today. But yes, it may well mean that we have to, we'll see, but I'll have to obviously see whether it's in fairness and so on, to see whether there's any need just to come back and wash up any items on that,
So-
if they've not been discussed before. Okay. Was there another thing?
There was so just to just in terms of what we'll do, we'll by the usual channels make sure that we have a finalised document that then can go onto the website, and there'll be obviously the ability for people to scrutinise that.
Okay.
And the second matter relates to Mr. Cole, who is unfortunately not able to attend today. He means no disrespect to you, sir, as a result of not attending to answer questions with regard to policies T1 to T3 rather, and myself and Mr. Dale Harris and anybody else will soldier on to answer such questions as you have on them.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I mean, yeah, I suppose if there are things you can't answer, understood, these things happen, then clearly we have to deal with that. It's not that unusual for you to go away and do me a note if need be. I'm hoping that the issues, because we're not going to be drilling down, this is not about sites or allocations, this is about relatively high level policy stuff. So what I would hope, it won't necessarily, the answer should be relatively straightforward, one hope, but if there is anything you feel you can't answer, then again, we'll take I'll accept a note on it if nothing else can be done, or and again, just with the TfL note, we'll just have to deal with it accordingly if there's anything that I need to do in terms of written reps and things, give people opportunity to comment and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So sorry, as I say. For
No, well,
putting
no,
you in
these
that position.
things happen. It's unfortunate, and get well soon, Mr. Cole.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there's nothing else from me. Assuming there's, from this side of the table in terms of procedural issues or anything from what I've just raised about how we're going to play things today? No? Okay, good, thank you. Right, okay, so we'll make a start then on the movement and connectivity policies, T1 to T3. There's only the 3 policies, I say. Matter 17. And excuse me, I'll just get the policy. As we have been doing with the DM policies, I'll sort of go through my questions, but as I said in the MIQs, there might be other things I need to pick up which I haven't necessarily thought of written statement is needed, or indeed things which have been raised with me through statements which I didn't raise an MIQ about, or indeed things which I've just sort of reflected on and thought, well, actually, no, on second, third, fourth reading, perhaps there is a question here. So maybe we go through the sort of criteria to make sure we picked everything up. And just to say, I want to be clear about this matter. It's not about discussing the transport merits of specific allocations. There have been plenty of opportunities to discuss this already, and clearly I've already heard about any concerns or issues about the transport implications of particular allocations. This and other DM policies, it's more about, if it does relate to allocations, how, in principle, I guess the policy might relate to an allocation, whether it raises any particular issues. In terms of matters of implementation, but not how the policy would be used in relation to any planning application or allocation, I think. On this particular policy, T1, sustainable and decarbonised transport system, this is classed as a strategic policy. My first question was an overarching one, I guess, about this policy, but also the chapter as a whole, I suppose, which is whether or not it provides a robust strategy for addressing transport issues. Your statement confirms that you're content that it does, and you haven't identified any particular issues. I guess we'll pick up on that then as we go through the policies and see whether I agree or not. My second question, which is a bit more of a specific general one, was the extent to which this policy applies to all planning applications and so on. And in some respects, it talks about, say, in criterion 2, new development will, criterion 3, development will, so on. There's no sort of particular distinction or recognition, I suppose, that it's only where not all schemes will be relevant to these issues. And I see you suggest some wording for the first sentence, which at least sort of would address that principle. We'd be talking about proportionality, or where relevant or where needed, and it's something we can think about. I think one thing I'll recognise in this policy is it is a sort of general, it's a strategic policy, and some of it is more written along the lines of this is what we just expect, this is what we're trying to achieve as a whole. So it may well be when looking at modifications, it's not about development where relevant. It could be that, or it might just be rephrasing it. So it's more about this is the outcome as a strategic policy that we're seeking to achieve. So we're seeking to achieve active travel, et cetera, rather than it's all about new development. We'll be doing that because this is a strategic policy. But I don't think we need to worry too much about the nitty-gritty of the wording at the moment. We can come on to that. But I think you've accepted the principle that however it's phrased, it's got to be recognised that this is not every single planning application is going to be required to meet all 10 criteria of this policy.
No, quite.
So criterion 1, I don't think I've got much to say, again, other than what we've talked about. So it's about supporting levels of planned transport growth within the borough over the planned period. So again, that's just a general point, nothing there. What I'm going to do, and I should say for the benefits of interested parties who might want to say something about this policy, I'll probably pick up. I won't go through all 10 criteria. I'll probably get to sort of with this policy subheadings, sort of get to sensible, sort of I guess the first 5 or 6 criteria, and then take a pause. And then you can make any points you want to make, particularly as part 1 of this policy is the overarching principles about transport, and then it drills down into some specifics. Criterion 2, safeguard existing land and buildings where necessary to facilitate active travel, etc., yes, fine. Again, new development will safeguard. I suppose that's, again, not absolutely saying I can sort of read that in a way which is not saying all development will. It's implied, it's implicit that it's only where it's irrelevant, I suppose. And it's, again, it's a strategic issue, so not particularly, no particular points on that. Criterion 3, I think you've suggested a modification. I think I raised the point about whether or not, this comes back to the point about all development. Not all development is clearly going to have to submit as transport statement, a TA, a construction management plan. I think you've suggested some wording. I did wonder whether such requirements set on your validation list may not need to be referred to in policy, but it isn't. I don't think it's particularly unusual for policies to refer to TAs and transport statements and so on. I also see you suggested a new criterion relating to mitigation obligations. So, yeah, I tend to think something which refers to the need to mitigate the effects of development and reference to 106 could be helpful in sort of setting out how things will be assessed and dealt with. I'm not particularly sure about the wording you suggested. I don't think you need to refer to the SIL regs or anything else. It would just be something along the lines of development will be expected. However, criterion 3 was maybe changed, but overall getting the idea across that development will be expected to provide adequate, suitable, appropriate, necessary mitigation on or off-site mitigation delivered through 106 through planned obligations. That's the nub of it, isn't it? Making it clear that development will be expected to mitigate the harm it may cause.
Yes,
Yeah. And then implicit, and it may be implicit in that if obviously development can't mitigate the harm it causes or the effects, then it will be refused in line with the framework. But I think it's in T3 where there's a reference to sort of, and I think a suggested change about mitigation, and because I think it's a specific criterion in 3 about harm. We'll come on to that. I think there's just reading your answers to my questions on T3. I'll just say now, I started to scratch my head and wonder what the point of T3 was when you've got T1 and T2 saying pretty much the same things, and I would wonder whether all of these issues could be subsumed and within the ideas are very similar. But we'll come on to that. Yes. But the main point is, I think I'm not absolutely convinced that as drafted, paragraph 3 really gets across or criterion 3 really gets across the essence of mitigation and harm and assessment. It alludes to it, but I think it could be strengthened. I think your suggested modification probably helps with that, but it's an action there, I think, to sort of ensure absolute clarity about mitigation and harm. I suppose my other concern on 3 was development will be expected, and again, this might be caveated some way now, but development will be expected to deliver improvements to the sustainable transport network. Yeah, that sounds a bit wrong to my ear, because on one hand, you can't expect development to deliver improvements if it's not resulting in harm. But I acknowledge that the way it's worded probably meant to say that the improvements are the mitigation. So I guess it's like if you're having to deliver improved mitigation is improved public transport capacity. In and of itself, that is an improvement, but you can't obviously ask for improvements in a situation where there is no harm being caused or it's neutral. So I think it's, I think it's just how you want to read that.
So yes, it could, for example, it could say development shall, to the extent necessary, deliver improvements, etc.
The improvement is a mitigation, isn't it? It's not, and the improvements, it may well be indirectly through the mitigation. It improves the situation for other people. It's a net benefit, but you're only asking for that net benefit in relation to providing some form of mitigation. So I think it's a slightly semantic point on my part, but my initial thought was, you can't do that. And then, well, no, the improvement is an indirect outcome of mitigation. So.
I don't think one can actually require improvements where none are necessary.
Yeah, exactly. So some tweaking there, I think. So some actions there, I think. I didn't set an MIQ for criterion 4. Development should actively seek to reduce traffic where possible, particularly on the residential roads, and promote safety of transport. Promote safety of the transport network. Again, I suppose I think, well, how do you expect development to actively seek to reduce traffic? I mean, as a strategic policy, I can kind of see how you might be saying the council would like, overarchingly, as part of all endeavours, through development, through other actions, through being a highway authority or TfL, to reduce traffic. But saying to a when it says development should actively see, that's how does it do that? Development can't reduce the traffic created by other things that are already happening. It might be that development should seek to minimise the amount of traffic generated by itself. You're minimising traffic generation, which is different to actively seeking to reduce traffic. It just seemed like, I know what you're getting at, it just seemed like something that would actually be impossible in many cases to achieve. Yes. I wonder if it's more here of a oh, Mr. Cole is right. So sorry. No, it's all right. That's all right. Is it? Well, if you're not very well, maybe you shouldn't be here at all. You don't have to. You don't have to be here. Do not feel obliged to have come if you're unwell.
So could we just take 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. We'll come back. Actually, we'll just take 5, and we'll come back at 5 too. We'll just adjourn, and you can. talk amongst yourselves. So, yeah, 5 to 11. We'll come back, thank you. 5 to 10. Sorry, I'm looking at that clock. That clock's not been changed. 5 to 10. Sorry. Right, sorry, we're slightly beyond 5 to. We sorted.
We're sorted, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Cole is now gone.
Possibly safer.
Yes. Yes, it's an understandable step to take, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
His condition.
Yes. Quite. Right. Okay. Where were we then? And same point arises anyway. If there's anything you can't answer with that, Mr. Cole, you can always come back. And I'm not. These are things, with the best will in the world, I would hope that between yourselves, these are not normal. These are mostly normal planning things, I think.
They are.
So we got to criterion 4. Oh yeah, so I was saying that I don't think criterion 4 in and of itself, I can understand what you're trying to achieve, but it doesn't work as a development should approach. So maybe I think an action there to alter that so it's a more general. If you wish as part of your strategy to talk about reducing traffic, then it may be expressed as we want to reduce traffic.
Yes, I was going to go on actually before Mr. Cole's arrival to say that in another context we'd acknowledged, I think in terms of T3 actually, we'd acknowledged that we were stepping beyond the MPPF insofar as we were requiring traffic to, or requiring a step to be taken that was beyond the cumulative residual impact test. And a similar question arises here. As a matter of substance, it would be right certainly for the council to take an active role to reduce traffic in order to avoid that sort of problem. So there's an in principle justification for the stance. It's just how we word it that makes the point.
Yeah, I think it's just this subtle difference between, a strategic policy. I mean, you could argue, I'm wary whether you need to say some of these, but yeah, I think just there's an action there anyway, I think, to amend criterion 4 to avoid any problems. Criterion 5, I don't think I've particularly got anything to say. This is actually the way this is worded, if you like, I might expect criterion 4, perhaps, the council will, and then it's very clear this is about what the council are going to do, and so encouraging use of alternative forms of transport to the car, protecting existing facilities for waterborne freight traffic, promoting the provision and use of freight consolidation facilities. So criterion 5 is very much about that particular thing, but you could have had a council will, and then most of this policy would be the council will. But that's all. I have nothing to say on that really. And then criterion 6. I think the main point on this, again, it's very similar to criterion 3, particularly in relation to 6C, submitting construction management plans, delivering servicing management plans, which actually what criterion 3 says as well. Well, criterion 3 says construction logistics plans. I'm not sure if they're different, but it also, criterion 6C also talks about transport assessments where appropriate and contributing towards monitoring. So you've got 2 criteria talking about TAs. One talks about showing how mitigation will be delivered. So kind of is driving into an outcome of a TA, whereas 6C is sort of just to submit it and monitor it, which is, so you haven't got really that. I think of it as like a tailpiece thing. You've got no implementation out on to that. So I think some amendment there again to remove the when we talked about duplication. I think there's an issue when you've got, if you're talking about duplication within a policy, that's slightly always going to be problematic, unnecessary. So I think I would say 6C needs some tweaking or deletion, depending on how you want to do it. If it's got some particular idea you want to carry on, but
yes, so we'll think about that.
yeah, I think as well, looking at 6C, development likely to generate significant movement of goods and materials by road. So it's very much about freight, seemingly, or goods, rather than general transport issues. So again, it's this idea that I think a lot of these policies tend to, I think I've made this point before, when we get into this issue of quite a lot of duplication and repetition of ideas, it's because the starting point is, right, we're thinking about freight. What do we need to say about freight? Oh, TA. Oh, we're thinking about car traffic, normal traffic. Well, what do we need to say? TA, rather than thinking, actually, why don't we say TA? which covers everything. So it's just looking at it from the other way around. So it might reduce the amount of, well, I argue, unnecessary duplication. And I think, yeah, so, I mean, it's not the end, obviously, 6C and 3 are not the end of the world, that they talk about the similar things. It's probably quite not beyond the wit of man to understand what's being got at, but is it particularly helpful to have these overlapping ideas? Probably not. So I think a tweak there. Yes. So that, I know there's a couple of comments from West Holmes Enfield, if I may refer to you as such, on a couple of those criteria. So I'll just open it up on, there's 2 points there, obviously, criteria 1 to 6, but also any general overarching points about my first question, which is, does the plan address, let's get the question right, address mitigation and, adequately address the impacts of new development will be addressed and mitigated. That's an overarching principle. So, Mr. Harbert first, if you got there first.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, bear with me, I wanted to just make an overarching statement. Do these local plan policies provide effective policies to deliver sustainable development? And to me, they seem very aspirational, general statements rather than rigorous, effective policies. So under T1, just as an example, new and planned transport investment will be required to support the level of planned transport growth. But at a strategic level, there are no increased arterial road capacity, no significant improvements around a lot of the congested roads or junctions, no enhanced access to the M25, no improvements to the mainline rail services. So it seems as though we've got very aspirational policy statements, but without any means of delivering them. And I just question, therefore, whether or not the plan meets any of the requirements for sustainable development, whether that's in the NPPF or whether it's in recent guidance from the government when it comes to the golden rules, whether it's relates to the New Towns working group, where they've quite clearly stated upgrades to public transport infrastructure would be required. The government would need to provide upfront funding, and whether it goes to anywhere to meet the policies in the London plan, targeting 80% of all trips to be on sustainable modes of transport. So if I then go to the specifics, under, I think there's a point 10C. I know we haven't got quite that far, but it's very weak. Yeah, contributions may be sought towards the improvement, as opposed to must be made. So I would just leave it at that point, that I'm looking at this in the entirety. Are these policies effective? And I'm not concluding that they will deliver improvements to the transport network. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think you were here. I mean, I know you weren't making particular points about new towns per se and merits of new towns, but I covered that with, I'm not dealing with the new towns as a thing, but I take the point you're referring to it more as a general desire, aspiration, requirement, generally to deliver sustainable development. So that's fine. The other, okay, we'll come on to 10, but I think your point is more a general one about maybe rather than will. I will just say this: if the policy, and the council probably says, if the policy had said we will require this, I would have probably said, can you require that in every case? And they'd have probably said, no, we can't, because you can't justify So it may well have been that I'd have been questioning that, because because obviously planning law dictates that you can only ask for a contribution to anything or mitigation where it meets certain tests. So it may be that it's not always possible or justifiable to require certain measures because it doesn't meet the tests. So that might be why it says may rather than will. Similarly, this is a strategic policy, so it's slightly different to a DM policy. You might be drilling down, but anyway, we'll come on to that. But that might be part of the explanation. But I know I take the point generally. There's two. I think it's two substantive points the council come back on. One is while the policy talks about transport investment, the plan itself doesn't identify any. Point one, overarching strategic issue, and then point two. And I guess we can pick these things up as we go through the policies about whether they're in and of themselves, they're individually strong enough to deliver what is needed to mitigate and improve the situation. Is that? Thank you. Yeah, is that? Yeah, no. That's cool. Yeah, good. Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. Just 2 points. One, I guess a bigger strategic point is about the council's climate action plan, which is referred to in SE1 and refers back to policies T1, T2 and T3. It's often referred to as material consideration in planning reports and so on. So therefore, it would seem to us that it would certainly benefit from being included here in terms of a strategic objective of the council, given the impact of transport on the borough's climate action plan. So that was the first one. The second one is to do with criteria 6. Developments likely to generate significant movement of goods or materials by road, both during construction and operation. And this, I'm not sure, does it mean, isn't it really just during operation? Why does it have to be both during construction and operation? Isn't this about delivery centres, for example? If they didn't generate a lot of goods during construction, does this policy therefore not apply to them? Is where we were getting confused. But who does it apply to exactly? In what scenario? At first we thought it should be an or, but actually I'm not sure it should be an or now. I think having sat here, to be honest with you, just now as you were talking about it, I think I realised that I think it's talking about operation, not both construction and operation. Thank you, sir. That was our 2 points.
Thank you. I know you've got a comment on criteria 3, but have we covered your concerns then in that regard? I know you've put forward suggested change.
Yes. I mean, there's a few places where I think the council suggested changes and we've suggested changes, and hopefully they might read our suggested changes as well and decide whether they're of value.
I think we said I think it's an action on criterion 3 to tweak things. On criterion 6, I suppose criterion 6A is very much about operation because it only talks about impact of freight movement. I would guess that's really about, I suppose the extent to which I imagine, not wanting to put words in the council's mouth, is that the reason they've referred to construction is because of concerns that are often raised about what happens during construction. So they're trying to cover off. But they can answer that. Okay. I know you've got comments on 7, but we'll come on to part 2 shortly. Anything from the council on those points that have been made?
Yes, so the Mr. Harbert's points relate to the infrastructure requirements. There's the infrastructure delivery plan, which has identified the requirements for each of the developments. And in total, they provide for what is required in order to deliver those various strategic aspects of the plan. There's not any further requirement that's needed under the T1, T3 policies to achieve those various aspects, and one can't just focus on T1 through T3. One needs to look at the totality of what's being provided in the plan. The second point about the fact that some requirements, for example, 10C refers to contributions may also being required, is a reflection of the need to adopt the proper tests for the imposition of contributions under the SIL regulations. So it couldn't be anything but that. It could. We've already talked about it, sir, but we could sensibly put in a further reference to the requirement that the obligations are necessary, but it doesn't add very much to it. Then with regard to Mr. Burns' points and on climate change, the cross-references between SE1 and T1 through T3. SE1 says that the policies within SE1 will build on policies T1 through T3, and that's exactly what the substance of SE1 will address, and we'll come on to that at the proper time. You don't need to make a reference back to SE1 to do what SE1 is already doing. You don't need to make a reference to it in T1 through to T3. And then with regard to criterion 6 and what's meant by construction and operation, well, actually it's engaging anything that has the likelihood to generate significant movement of goods or material during either of those elements. So there may be a development that doesn't, once it's finished, generate very significant movements of materials or goods by road, but will do during its construction, and that needs to be caught and will be caught by that reference. In short, you don't read them conjunctively, you read them disjunctively and conjunctively as necessary. So that's the response.
Mr. Burns, is that a new point?
It was only that I wasn't suggesting to reference back to SE1. I was suggesting that they reference the Climate Action Plan and the aims of the Climate Action Plan here, because they come up all the time in transport, in planning committee meetings. And criteria 6 then, based on the explanation, I think should be construction or operation then, not and, which I think might be what Mr. Reid was saying, but I wasn't certain. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'll take the criterion 6 is an action anyway, I think, to look at that in terms of its relationship with 3 and, you know, evidential requirements and so on and so forth. If, when doing so, you want to look at the whether it's and or, then by all means do.
It's simply a matter of whether it's and or.
Yeah. The climate change thing plan I'll take away with me. We may come back to it once we've looked at SE1 in a couple of weeks and see how they all fit together. That might be a sensible thing to do. So okay, thank you for that. On the IDP front, yes, clearly the IDP is a document which sits outside the plan and does set out certain things. Is there any, I suppose, and I may have asked this before in all the context, but just for anything in the IDP which would need specific reference in the plan in terms of infrastructure provision, other than what if there's some mitigation required, but I'm talking about where you might need to protect land or something like that, where the plan needs to say something specific about that. And it does talk about Crossrail 2, for example, in terms of protecting routes. Is there anything else of that nature, or are they practically all schemes relating to, yeah, there's mitigation, so we need to put a bridge there to access that. So, but then obviously sometimes you'll have there'll be a larger, like a Crossrail 2 or a larger M25 scheme which sits outside the scope of the plan almost. You know, it would be happening anyway, but the plan needs to protect land. Or is there anything of that nature that the plan should do, doesn't do?
No, so I think not, but I will check as to whether there's any requirement to specifically refer beyond what we've referred to already in the context of, say, Chase Park and Cruise Hill, any specific element that needs to be protected, for example, by way of safeguarding. But if I may, we'll come back to you on that.
Right, okay, thank you. Oh, Mr. Harbert, yeah.
Because we're talking about the examples of improvements to public transport under 10C there, I just think it's surprising that there is no reference whatsoever to increasing the capacity and frequency of services to Cruise Hill. There's the reference to Enfield Town and Cheshunt, and there's no reference to increasing service levels and frequency at Hadley Wood. We're also seeking to release land. I know that most probably this list shouldn't necessarily be comprehensive, but certainly Cruise Hill being at the heart of the council's proposals would merit reference there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a good example of why, phrase that I say quite a lot at the moment, unintended consequences. When you have a list which says this includes and is then not exhaustive, it inevitably leads to exactly the point you just raised as well. Why have you included these 5 but not these 7 or 8? And the answer might, well, it's not exhaustive, but then the next question, when we get into it, we'll ask this question, well, then what's the point in referring to the ones you have referred to? Does it imply some difference of weight or significance or something like that? So I think that is always a difficulty when any list starts, this includes, when there could be a lot more. And it may well be, well, actually, is the answer you don't have the list at all. And you just, if it's a general requirement, and put some of this information in the supporting text. But we'll get on to 10C when we do, albeit I recognise it's an example. Okay, but I won't. We'll come back to that. So we'll move on to criteria. The walking, part 2, walking. The criterion 7. It's just another of these things. Development should promote walking and active travel. It may be that where relevant or where appropriate, but again, if you've got some kind of caveat right at the start of the policy, maybe it'll speak. It'll wind its way through. So, but some way of making it's not clearly not every development is going to have a relationship with walking. But in general principle, I don't think I've got any. I mean, it is sort of all nice things about walking. I noticed that TfL have suggested some tweaks here and there about things, but I'm not sure they amount to any massive soundness issues. So I'm not really too fussed about those. Sorry, I'll just preempt Mr. Burns' comments. I think he's made a reference to 7B and talking about being quite, I suppose, adding references to things like manual for streets and so on and so forth. Again, I'm not convinced that's a soundness issue. And certainly not referring to all the documents. I don't think that's necessarily a thing anyway. The purpose of the criterion is to ensure that the pedestrian you provide an adequate pedestrian environment for the development. How you go about that is, I think, up to the council. I don't think it necessarily needs to specify anything more than that. So that's. So it is a general overarching thing. I don't think I've had any particular comments on that other than maybe the caveat about whether it applies to everything, but that could apply to all the policies. So that was all I've got to say on walking. Mr. Byrne, did you want to say something?
Thank you, sir, and for the clarification about the point that we raised. In terms of just a couple of things. I mean, this comes back, I think, maybe to the point about lists again, because point E mentions bridges and water crossings, but not subways at all for pedestrians to improve walkability. The criteria D we found slightly confusing, maybe not effective, because it moves from pedestrians into road users, which, as we understand it, is a different thing to to pedestrians. I think this is about pedestrians. It mentions mobility impairments, but not other impairments, so visually impaired would be an obvious example. And we wondered why that was not considered there. And in terms of the walkability, in terms of strategic issues, I think this comes up in amongst CL5 conversations as well, but it's mentioning the need to consider flooding and sustainable urban drainage, which is mentioned in some other policies but not here, in terms of ensuring, that what's provided is actually sustainable in terms of walking. And our final point was just to sort of hopefully, it's to do with the should and the must point at the very start, which a development should promote, and we were looking for must promote, giving the importance of walking to reducing carbon emissions into the Council's Climate Action Plan. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, yeah, anything you want to say about those?
We'll leave those for you, sir, but I see sense in E and the reference to subway, if that's given what's set out at E, and since they are specific, there's no reason why that shouldn't be included. The road users point, so you can reach a conclusion as to whether or not that's necessary for the purposes of soundness if one's looking at the position in formal highway terms. Of course, a road user includes the footway. Footway is not anything different than the road. Flooding isn't necessary because flooding's already dealt with in different contexts. You don't need to keep repeating other issues that may be relevant. They will be, no doubt, considered. And then the must or should. In this context, so rather than there being the sort of issues that were raised in the context of the allocations under the plan appendices, here it's clear that the should is the preference, the preferential approach that should be adopted in respect of this issue. So you don't need to have a must in order to do it, but it doesn't very much matter one way or the other.
Court cases have been based on that kind of semantic.
Well, I think here it's really looking at the application of a policy rather than its meaning, and either way, you need to establish an exception as to why you don't do it, whether it's described as should or must.
Yeah, there is a difference. I think interpretation there would be a difference between a allocation policy saying this should have regard to a feature, which might not, and then an overarching strategic policy which says development should.
Yes,
this is because it's not it's difficult, isn't it, to know to make a change for the sake of it. If you said development must, it's equally correct to say that. It's not incorrect to say development must. I think in the context of national policy and promoting sustainable, it's not. It wouldn't be wrong to do that. Whether it's absolutely necessary to change it for soundness reasons, I'll take away. I'm sort of probably not convinced it's absolutely necessary, and whether it change anything in particular.
Yes, I think there's a distinction to be drawn between a situation where you have should have regard to, which is not imperative, and should or must, which are both imperatives. That's all I'd say about it. But we're very much in your hands on that.
I shall ponder it along with all the other shoulds or musts I've got to ponder, for which there are legion. Yeah. So I think, well, okay, I accept the point on 7E, at least as an action there, I think, to alter that in the first instance. The other things may be more in the scope of additional modifications rather than if needed at all. The more than should and must thing, but the vulnerable, yes. It is always, I say, it's always a difficulty on 7D. If you say something like assisting individuals with mobility impairments, then people inevitably think, but, and this is, what about this, what about this? And you can end up with a never-ending list of things that you will need to add, when I think perhaps sometimes you might just have to look and go, well, even I would know that if there's some other kind of impairment, is the council really ignoring that other kind of impairment? No. There might be a better way of wording it so it's all-encompassing, but I would hope that common sense would prevail in some of these circumstances, particularly if it was about safety, because ultimately you don't really need a planning policy when it comes to safety. If it's unsafe, and you don't need to specify that. Should go without saying the development should be safe for pedestrians. Okay, but bear all this in mind, thank you. Right, so move on then to cycling and part 3. No, it's still part 2, but cycling. So criterion 8, I think similar to criterion 7 really. It says development should promote cycling. Again, as a sort of overarching strategic thing, fine, development should promote cycling, but where it can. But a dormer window is not going to have any bearing on cycling, and I'm sure Enfield get their fair share of householder applications where this won't necessarily be a factor. Might be if it's making houses bigger. Don't want to be cast too many aspersions on that. But I was intrigued by criterion 8A and this idea that safely connect, that all development now, I say, however that's caveated, but development should connect to existing cycle network. All development should be situated within 400 metres of a safe cycle route as per the MTS target. I don't know what the MTS target is, or provide new cycle connections to the network. And first of all, is it, and I know that TfL have raised some point about this as well, and they're all in favour of it, but is it realistic for all development to be within 400 metres of a safe cycling route? But actually, that's first thing, so what is a safe cycling route? Because one might argue that any road is, to all intents and purposes, a safe cycling route because cyclists are allowed to ride on roads. So what is classified as a safe cycle route? What is the MTS target? And is it actually realistic to expect everyone to be, all development to be within 400 metres of that? And if it's not in 400 metres of that, are you saying it will be refused?
So I'll have to come back to you on the MTS target. That I don't think I can help with unless... the mayoral transport strategy. The mayor's transport strategy is what it is. Thank you. That, I think, the 400 metres is defined... I'll do some checking, if I may, sir, once we move on to anybody else's comments, but that's defined elsewhere, and I want to just pick up where it is. As to a safe cycle routes are partially defined in B, potentially fully defined in B, by referring to a safe cycle route within and beyond the development site in line or exceeding LTN 120. So on the face of it, it's referring to that at least as a baseline. That said, it's certainly possible to have a safe cycle route that is regarded as safe, but doesn't, for example, meet the specific criteria of LTN 120, because the criteria in LTN 120 are regarded from a number of perspectives as very significantly protective, and are setting down, for example, segregated cycle routes, which from the perspective of a transportation planner isn't required in order to deliver a safe route. So rather than safe cycle route being dictated by that definition of LTN 120, it would really come down to a matter of judgment as to whether or not the route that is within the 400-metre zone is regarded as, well, capable of being regarded as safe. Because you could have a safe route through a residential estate, which isn't necessarily meeting LTN 120's requirements. As I say, I want to chase down rather the 400-metre zone, which I think is related to the 20-minute active travel zone, but I will check that.
Okay, so in this instance, this is a should. All developments should be situated within 400 metres. So would this be if you like, the more open interpretation of should? It's a preference to be within 400 metres, but not necessarily an absolute requirement for all development. And the way I think, I've probably already indicated that I'm not a fan of absolutes in policy, because they are often rods throwing backs that don't and lead to unintended consequences. Now, that isn't to say they're always unsound, but my query when I read about the policy is its effectiveness and justification, because you're basically saying, you could read that criterion as, if you are 410 metres from a safe site, what is considered to be a safe cycle route, you're contrary to policy, and then logically refuse development. Now, is that how that should be interpreted? Or is it ideally, and if you're more than 400 metres, we might look to see how you can connect to it or improve cycle access and so on and so forth. So it's more about identifying where mitigation would be required? So if you're more than 400 metres, if you're within 400 metres, you don't need to necessarily do a great deal because you're accessing. If you're more than 400 metres, it's about, right, there's a problem here that needs to be addressed.
Yes, the target within the MTS Cycling Action Plan is that there will be a certain percentage of Londoners who will live within 400 metres of a safe or strategic cycle network, or something to that effect. So the aim is, even within the mayoral transport strategy, a target. And so one couldn't translate that into an absolute requirement when setting down the criteria under 8A. So that is a target, it's an aim, an objective, but not one that would be an absolute. And then there would be a requirement for mitigation, appropriate mitigation, if that's not achieved. So there will need to be some alteration to the wording to achieve that.
Yeah, I mean, to just say or provide new cycle connections to their way. So maybe that's the crucial thing, the or, perhaps, looking at it again. Now, with what you've said there.
I think that's right, but at the same time, there may be circumstances where a development is perfectly acceptable from a range of different perspectives. Its one deficiency is that it isn't able to provide a link within 400 metres, or isn't able to provide a new cycle route. And there may be other forms of mitigation which would overcome that problem. And so rather than it being an absolute requirement for all development to necessarily provide that, and in the event that it isn't provided, it will be refused, there would need to be some greater flexibility around that issue, which is really focusing. I wonder how many times we will come back to the should or must or some other descriptor. but there would need to be some alteration which would make it clear that this is a preference but not an absolute requirement.
Okay. Okay, I think A and B then, it's in the scope of needing to look at how this issue is addressed without, again, you don't want to go so far as to it makes it completely toothless and it's not an issue at all, but similarly perhaps recognising that sometimes it won't be relevant, certain types of development anyway, where there's presumably no, if it's certain types of development will not trigger it, and B, it might be slightly odd that if it was in a really accessible location for walking, really accessible location, public transport, really accessible location for facilities and everything else, but 410 metres away from a safe cycle route, would that mean that it's it's completely unacceptable? So, yeah. Okay, so I think there's an action there to perhaps just look at those again, at least in the first instance. You suggested a modification to 8B. Well, I think the modification to 8B is just about the usual have regard to rather than comply with, isn't it? So, okay. But if you're looking at those anyway. 8C is about secure cycle parking. This starts by saying the London Plan standards should be adhered to, which seems fine. But then goes on to say that in areas well served by cycling infrastructure, higher levels of provision may also be required considering the size and location of development. So I guess the question there is, how would anybody know what would be expected in those situations? We're going to have a similar discussion, I imagine, around parking standards shortly. This idea that you start with the London Plan's got a set of standards, you're saying this should be adhered to. That's very clear, an ambiguous approach. And then, but actually, depending on the nature of the characteristics, well, we might make you do more. And then we get into the realms of potential ambiguity for both applicants and decision makers. You don't really know what it is you're expecting. So how would that work in practice?
I see the difficulty in that. So. The difficulty is if something's already well served by cycling, on what basis could it be required that there should be still greater provision made for those? Although, having said that, Sarah, if I could just read that. Because actually what it's identifying is where it's well served by cycling infrastructure, but not necessarily that it is it doesn't establish that the development will be accessible or promoting cycling in the way that the objectives are set out in T1. So there is, I think, a logic to the requirement. The difficulty then becomes at what point do you set, or what do you set down as the higher levels of provision? And the modifications, if I could suggest it, sir, is something to the effect that higher level of provision may also be required in order to achieve the objectives of the plan's sustainable accessibility objectives, or the objectives of sustainability
I think
policies of the plan.
Sorry.
No, so forgive me, sir.
I think the problem is that the London Plan sets out parking standards, cycle parking standards. So and that's, the reason to have a standard is so it's clear, isn't it, what you are going to ask for. And one would hope that in establishing those standards, if we look in table 10.2 of policy, London Plan policy T5, they've got different, obviously they've set out standards for different scales and floor space, but then there's also different standards for different, look at table 10.3. 10.3. Oh yeah, and then in figure 10.3, they have areas where higher minimum cycle standards will be applied. And that doesn't apply to Enfield, because they're all in inner London, by the looks of it. So all of this has already been thought of, hasn't it? The cycling standards in the London plan have already, in theory at least, thought about all of this, you know, where higher levels of provision might be required or where they're justified, different types of provision for different types of development and so on and so forth. So isn't the standard enough to deliver the objective that you're talking about? You know, I mean, just by virtue of applying the standards, are you not delivering the sustainable transport objectives? I mean, and are they not as high as they need to be? You know, in most, you know, again, I assume the London plan wasn't drafted on the basis of lower standards than they thought were necessary to deliver, you know, an effective approach to cycling. So they're probably set at a higher. Are they not set at a high enough level?
That would, in order to ensure consistency between the London plan and T5, that is, of the London plan, and 8C, one could simply rely upon what's set out in T5. I agree with that. And I'm struggling to see that there would be anything beyond cycling infrastructure and parking requirements or parking standards, cycle parking standards, as the two ways to deliver added or increased cycling. I'm struggling to see that there'd be something else beyond those two. So on that basis, one wouldn't need those last few lines, and one could rely upon the London standards.
That would be my thought, at least in the first instance, that you got, that's what the London plan. And if you refer to T5, I mean T5 or its successor, or just look at the London plan, then it's not just about standards. The whole policy of T5 also incorporates other things which are within, I guess, what is in your criteria A to E. There's an element of overlap there, potential duplication, but should cover. So, for example, T5E talks about not possible to provide adequate cycling parking facilities. Developers should work with the council to come up with all the solutions. That might be what you're sort of, it's not necessarily what you're talking about in those last lines, but it is a kind of more, let's look at the situation on the ground and see what can be delivered. I suppose I'm wary of a policy which kind of says, well, I've already said, here is the standards, very clear, but when we decide it's necessary, we'll change that standard on you and ask for more. And I imagine both, you know, even your DM are going to be, well, when? You know, when does that apply? So, yeah, so I think the cross-reference to London plan probably sufficient. Obviously, wait to hear what other people say about that, but that would be my gut feeling. So an action there unless I'm persuaded otherwise, shortly. Actually, I think that is probably all I have to say, I think, on criterion 8. Yes, so any points on criterion 8? No, don't think so. Oh, okay.
Sorry, so it's just to say that in the London plan as well, it cross-references the London cycling design standards, which are very comprehensive. And so cross-referencing to a London plan would also therefore cross-reference to those standards as well. And they're very strong and often referred to during planning. The only thing I would say is just about the must and should again. We obviously have asked for must again for this policy. On the grounds that unless these are given some weight, they run the risk of not being delivered and not meeting the Mayor's active travel strategy goals or the CAP or the transport strategy for Enfield, because our feeling is that unless these are shown to be strongly supported, by the council, there is a risk as they get seen as nice to have and things slowly drift away in terms of delivering on those strategic goals of the London Plan and the councils. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I don't know if you would say, I think the whole thing, because it's also, there's criterion 9 is should, for example. I've underlined all these shoulds, I should point out, and I've been doing my notes, so they're not a lot doesn't escaped on me. Every single one is underlined. Criterion 10 is should. So I think, the point is made. I imagine you'd say, well, all of them should be must. Okay, I think.
Where it's active travel, so
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Yeah. So I don't know if you've got anything more to say on those points.
No, thank you.
I'll have to come back on those, I think. I invested heavily in various white pens, various different white pens to be able to scribble on and underline lots of shoulds. Cost me a fortune in different pens.
You do need different coloured pens. Negotiate this plan.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We'll move on then to public transport. Again, obviously, take the point. Criterion 9 is should, so that's taken now. I don't think there's anything more to say on that. Leave that with me. And again, it's the same principle. Development should and it's not every development is going to require required to provide public transport infrastructure. So again, there may be a caveat to that. Or whether the caveat, we just need to look at it all and work out how best to deal with it. Criterion B, improving access to public transport through improved interchange between different modes of transport, such as the provision of safe and secure cycle parking at stations and ensuring step-free access. My point here is that it's not in the power, I assume, of the developer to ensure to provide safe, secure cycle parking and ensure step-free access at TfL or Network Rail controlled stations. There will be contributions, presumably, to those things, and that might amount to the same thing. I mean, it might be semantics, but development, the developer can't provide that, can they? They are the will and the whim and the ability of the stations themselves to deliver that. So I don't know, again, whether the aspiration and expectation is probably very laudable, and it should be all about providing improved public transport facilities, but whether or not that wording is quite accurate and achievable, I'm not sure.
No, I accept that. So it is setting out requirements beyond what would be necessary. At the same time, it may also be possible to provide for a particular form of public transport infrastructure, depending on the development and where that public transport infrastructure is being delivered. If it's on Chase Park, for example, then it could well be directly obtained. So it should make provision for either a contribution and or, where necessary, the delivery of in the first part of criterion 9 before it gets down to the two other sub paragraphs.
Okay. So I think there's an action there. Again, it's not the principles. I understand what we're trying to achieve. It's just the wording needs to be clear. And I think in 9, just looking at what TfL suggested, they're sort of, I'm not too. Their wording is tweaks. I think contributing towards improvements to bus network infrastructure, I think, would incorporate what they've said anyway. Because I think you could, don't have to spell everything out. Surely, if service bus stands, bus drive facilities all part of public bus network infrastructure, then they are included. And I guess again, if TfL seeking a contribution from a development, and it'll be them to demonstrate what it's for and whether it's justified under the SIL regs, won't it? So, so nothing further to say on that. And I'll just cover off 10. We've obviously talked a little bit about 10 already. A couple of points, good points have been made about 10C. we've still got the caveat issue. I think 10A and B are probably okay because they actually do have a where. So contributing to the delivery of improved and new public transport where development is proposed in areas of low. So it actually has got the caveat built into it, and that seems reasonable. And B has got a caveat built in areas where the demand generated by development is likely to exceed existing capacity. So those two at least do have an inbuilt caveat. So that's fine. C is in major developments contribution may also be sought towards the improvement of other forms of public transport where appropriate. This includes, so there's a may and where appropriate. And you've listed the 4 examples. The point Mr. Harper's already made is why those 4 examples, I guess because there are many examples probably where else where you may be seeking that and whether it needs to be set out clearly in that list or not. I suppose if you had an all-encompassing criterion which talked about allocations, for example, then that might at least avoid any doubt.
Yes, it could easily be included in that broader way, sir. In the, I mean, we've said it. This includes rather than this. This is, or these are the following. So we could sensibly make reference to the broader broader requirements within the other allocation policies.
Yeah, I say I note it says this includes, so it shouldn't be considered an exhaustive list. I say what I've already said. There's a risk in including these non-exhaustive lists, as they become. Everybody said, well, when you start tagging everything onto it, and it becomes easier just to take the list out, because the principle is, in major development, contributions may be sought towards the improvement of other forms of public transport. Full stop. That is your policy. I'm not entirely sure you need the rest of it, or you could put all of that in the supporting text to give some examples of where it might be sought, because I don't know really what those 4 examples are giving, other than potential for confusion and suspicion that you're not going to be asking for them in relation to allocations or other things. So,
yes, the only caveat I'd make to that, so, and I take your point about the examples going into the written statement, except for point 4, which deals with the safeguarding of space. And it may be that safeguarding is a specific set element in the policy, because, again, where necessary, that safeguarding may well be justified, and the council would no doubt want to have that specifically set out so it can be relied upon in the future.
Okay. Subject to, Mr. Harpert's got a comment, but subject to what that is, I think the action is that something needs to be done about 10C, either increase the list, remove the list, or do something to it so it removes any potential ambiguity, albeit I recognise it includes. Just one point, actually. I was rereading the TfL comments on 10B. I jumped over 10B, but it just says, like, see the existing capacity of bus services. They've actually made what I think is a sensible suggestion about rail, bus and rail. So I think maybe adding rail to that is a sensible thing to do. Again.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. So,
and that makes sense, yes.
So action there for adding rail. Mr. Harbert.
You covered that point with the last comment about rail services.
Thank you very much. Okay. Right. We've had a little break. We'll have a 15-minute break now before we do T2 and T3. Yeah, so we'll come back at... what time is it? We'll come back at 10 past. No, make it quarter past because we've just gone over. So quarter past 11. Thank you. It's quarter past, so we'll resume. We got on to policy. Is there anything you wanted to say?
No, thank you very much.
So moving on to policy T2, healthy and connected Enfield. I think how many? I'll just go through all my points on this, I think, before I open it up, so we just speed it along a little. Again, this might be a common theme, having sort of thought about the answers to my questions and the discussion we just had. one wonders how much of this policy is actually very different to what's in T1, and then a similar point will be in T3. Particularly, I think, criteria 1 and 2, which talk about walking, cycling, and so on, and then active transport modes. They're covering very similar grounds. So I'll just put a pin in that now, just a point to make, and then when we go through, it might be that might add some context to some of the discussion as to whether or not we are in the realms of needful repetition, harmless repetition, harmful repetition. The one point I will say is when I've been talking the other day, when we were talking about, say, SIL and LSIS, and those having similar elements, that's relatively harmless, isn't it? Because obviously if you're putting a planned application in an area of SIL, you'll drill on that policy, and LSIS, it doesn't really matter. These policies are all encompassing, aren't they? They relate to all development, or at least could, in theory, relate to all development. So the duplication is a little bit more potentially problematic, where someone's got to refer to 3 policies, and if they say the same or very similar things, where does it take you anywhere? And then when you get into do they serve a purpose, and is it actually hindering the effectiveness of the plan? Well, when we get onto the criteria, we can probably pick up on this. So my first general point was about, again, all forms of development expecting to adhere to the criteria in this policy you've accepted. I think that isn't the case, and again, some form of caveat to reflect that it only where relevant. I think you've suggested some wording to criterion 1, I think, about that. I don't like that wording because it talks about proportionality. I don't know what that means, frankly, nothing. I think it's, but I think subject to what comes out of this, yes, something that talks about, where relevant or necessary or so on, just to remove any potential ambiguity would be necessary. So I think an action on that is there.
Thanks, Sue.
But probably different wording. As I say, criterion 1 talks about improving development will be expected to improve walking access and routes to local services, including schools, services, etc., talks about safe and effective, efficient routes, etc. It does refer to healthy streets, which isn't in T1, which is perhaps a little bit surprising because the healthy streets thing would seem to be more of a strategic issue than a development management. Well, it could be a development management issue, but I'd have thought it was going to be would be referenced in T1. It's going to be referenced anywhere, but setting that to one side. Does criterion 1 do anything? Full stop. Does it add any value to what is in T1?
Yes. So in T2 could be regarded as a subset, as it were, of T1, insofar as T1 is looking at the general sustainability requirements, say, to improve walking, cycling provision and public transport. Whereas T2 is looking at it from the perspective of ensuring, or rather encouraging, healthy lifestyles. Hence its title. So it's focusing on those aspects, which is why it refers, for example, to the healthy streets indicators. As to whether in substance it makes any great difference for the purposes of understanding what a development needs to provide for is a different question. And probably it doesn't make a huge amount of difference, but it does nevertheless provide a focus for developers to know that part of the rationale, part of the sustainability objective framework of the plan is to ensure a healthy lifestyle by way of these various measures.
Okay, we've had this before, I think. I can't remember exactly which, or it might be stuff I've read, which we're coming to. It's about the idea of all of this looking at it through different lenses, yes, which is all very nice. Yes. But is it actually, and where it doesn't cause any harm, then maybe fine. But if it, and it's perhaps something for me to go away and think about all these different lenses, because I think we're going to have exactly the same discussion under T3, where practically the same requirements are set out, worded slightly differently, but through the lens of a 20-minute accessibility area. Well, okay, but as you say, from a practical point of view, is it particularly helpful to have policies all requiring the same things under different lenses when ultimately it will all drive you to the same point? And again, it would have possibly been at least more succinct, which is still what the framework requires, to have walking and cycling is really good for sustainable patterns of development, healthy lifestyles and 20-minute accessibility, rather than looking at it the other way and saying we need 3 different policies because of 3 different things which achieve the same end. But okay.
I think the approach has been that one could have a situation where there's a choice to be made about how you deliver, say, cycling improvements. And in that sort of scenario, if there's a choice to be made, you choose the option, or rather the council would promote the option that has the greatest ability to help the health of the occupants or those using that cycling facility. It's that difference, a nuance, I accept, but nevertheless a difference that could lead to a changed outcome from what might just be expected if what you're trying to do is provide for enhanced cycling provision.
Okay. You've suggested a modification to criterion A because it's about, they think this is in the adhering to healthy streets indicators are presumably having regard to and so on. Okay. These sorts of things are fairly standard, don't you think? Criterion 2, again, I'm not going to say too much. This is about promoting cycling, walking and public transport. It's the same point, really. It's just mainly repeating the essence of what's in T1, I suggest, but unless you've got something else you want to say about that, I'll leave it there and I'll go away and consider it. I think, and again, going back to a discussion we had before, is if there is some merging or putting together these policies to ensure that there's no potential for ambiguity, confusion, pulling in different directions, then there probably are germs. There's germs of things. Obviously, because the tendency has been to change them also ever so slightly between policies, even though they're ultimately the same thing. There may be some very sensible wording in T2, which would be just as well in T1, so you don't lose anything if you were to merge them. I'm more concerned here where, as I say, it's not about, oh, we're only looking at one particular type of development, so having a single policy on that, which might duplicate others, fine, because this is, or even cross-referencing. This is all, say, it's all, all three of these policies are really looking at the same issues, so, and they're just talking about things in slightly different ways. One substantive point I've got on C2B, other than repetition, is that this does bring out the issue of 20 mile an hour limits and zones where appropriate. So this is about development will be expected to, you've followed it through, to include new pedestrian crossings and 20 mile an hour speed limits and zones. Is that always within the power of the developer? Or is it the Highway Authority, or both?
Yes, both, depending on whether it's an adopted highway and also the degree to which it's being promoted under the relevant legislation. So there'd be the ability certainly to fund that approach. But I accept that in the main, on the assumption you're going to have an adopted road, it would be in it would be as a result of the judgment of the Highway Authority. But there's a I understand. So your question. The difficulty, of course, is that on the one hand, there needs to be some sort of reference within a policy, if the council's view is that there should be the promotion of 20 mile an hour zones. There should be something in the policy that makes it plain that that is one of the objectives. The difficulty then becomes, well, how do you ensure that that does actually happen with a development?
And that also might be where it's, yes, I understand some of it might be, it might well be to mitigate the harm effects of development, it would need to be a 20 mile zone, so that would have to be some kind of order to do that, and that would be an outcome maybe the higher authority would have to agree to or whatever. As you say, it might be, if it's unadopted, it might be part of the master plan for a large area, that this is how the transport's going to be done. Similarly, it might also be a part of the council's overarching transport strategy to look at 20 mile zones, which would be more of a T1 type reference, wouldn't it, rather DM. But, okay. Maybe that's one for me just to think about. I mean, I don't think it's, again, it's only tweaks, not, you know, the principle, clearly, it's about the expectation that developers are going to somehow have to implement that. But, okay, for me. And then, yeah, so parking standards. We'll move on to parking standards. This is the most, I think this is the main substantive issue of this policy, really. So we have a situation where it starts off by saying it will utilise the London Plan parking standards as the maximum permitted, which is very clear and, you know, unambiguous. It was a similar point to this, the cycle issue, really. Got a clear, unambiguous starting point that you're going to be using the London Plan parking standards under policy T6. It doesn't say that, but that's obviously the implication. But then it has this idea that, similar to cycle, but actually sometimes we want to do something different. And you've suggested some modifications and highlighted all of the different things that you might have regard to in deciding whether something's different. But I don't think it alters the, all those things might be very relevant, but it doesn't alter the main premise of, other than allocations, where the policies for those allocations are very clear and specific about where you might diverge from the London Plan standard. So there are places where it says the London Plan standards might allow for a certain amount of parking. You've said car free, or you want to go for the higher PTAR ratings, or low, so it's very clear there. You're saying for reasons that are given, we think that here we're not applying the standards as per the London Plan. We're applying something different, and this is what we're applying. So it's again, shouldn't be no ambiguity there. And then for all of the development, you're applying the standard. There's no ambiguity there. But then there's this other category of, but when we feel like it, we're going to apply something different. And we're going to consider all these things, PTAL and all these other factors, in coming to what that might be, but we can't tell you when, we can't tell you what form of development, we can't tell you how much parking is going to be acceptable. And bearing in mind that parking standards in and of themselves should have had regard to all of those factors about public, accessibility and so on and so forth, is it justifiable to go down this route of, from time to time, we will decide we want to apply something different?
Yes, I see the difficulty, certainly. It is a difficulty. We've tried to address that difficulty by way of the modification that we've proposed, which has set out a specific requirement that there will be, when justified, car lights requirements as the appropriate standard. The difficulty is that one doesn't find a great deal of assistance in the London Plan when looking as to how best to engage the car light requirement, because T6B of the London Plan says that car free should be the starting point for all development proposals in places that are well connected by public transport, with developments elsewhere designed to provide the minimum necessary parking car light. And what we've sought to do is indicate all of the various issues that would bear on that starting point, and that would lead to the conclusion that ultimately car light should be engaged. So there's an option, really. One is to set out those criteria and indicate that when justified, it will be provided for in the way that we've set it out, or we use the wording in policy T6, which is that is the starting point, and it would then be shown why it is that it shouldn't be provided, taking into account those various factors.
Yeah, looking at T6, so maximum car-free development should be the starting point. That's not referred to in this policy, but it's referred to in T3. But so there might be there's some wording there, perhaps, to be looked at. But sorry, I'll start again. This policy says utilising the London Plan parking standards as the maximum permitted. So if I read across, then I would suggest that means applying T6 in its entirety. You could read what you said about parking standards as purely the table, but it might also be applying. You might obviously change the wording to be applying the approach to parking in the London Plan, and then however it might be succeeded and so on. That would then pick up the idea of car free and car light and the standards and how the standards are applied. I think it would also need, just in general purpose, to make it clear that allocations fall outside this, because allocations all have their own standard, I think, generally. Either it either says that they should apply the London Plan standards or sets out specific requirements which differ to the London Plan. Albeit where car free, it might well be in line with the London Plan. I take the point. Criterion B of T6 says car free development should be the starting point for all development proposals in places that are or plan to be well connected by public transport, with development elsewhere designed to provide the minimum necessary parking. Car light, car free development. Just pause there. And then criterion D, the maximum car parking standards set out in T6.1 should be applied to development proposals and used to set local standards. Now, is it then that to understand what car light means, and from what you've just said, I think you'll be saying no, this isn't the interpretation, but is it that car free is a starting point where, because it says car free is starting point where it's well served by public transport. So that is if you look at table 10.3, that's the top line. So that's where the London Plan considers are areas which are well served by public transport and therefore qualify for car free. Does it mean then that in other locations where different levels of parking are applied to different PTAL areas, that is what is considered to be car light? Or are you saying car light something different then? Falls between two stools?
No, it's not a separate issue. So it says what it says, which is that if you're not in the car-free starting point location, i.e. well connected by public transport, developments elsewhere will be designed to provide the minimum necessary parking.
But isn't that what's in the standard then? Because D says you apply the standard. So tell me how it's applied. I suppose that's how is this policy applied in London or Enfield now? You could read that. If you read the policy as a whole, you could interpret it as saying that the provisions of criterion B about car free and car light are enshrined within the parking standards, because that's where it tells you where it considers car free to be suitable. So then by extension, is it that car light, if you meet the parking standard or don't go exceed the parking standard for other areas, you are by definition car light.
I'm just looking at T6.1. And it may well be that this is something that needs to be commented on by those who practically apply it, because the car light, if one looks at 6.1, it's dealing with residential development not exceeding the maximum requirement. maximum parking standards. And those standards are a hierarchy with the more restrictive standard applying when a site falls into one or into more than one category. And if one's looking at it on if one's just applying those standards, then all you'd need to have as a policy is T6.1 rather than the aims of T6B, which is suggestive of the car light being something more restrictive than that which is identified in those standards. And that is certainly the way in which a number of the policies within our plan, and as have been discussed with TfL, have been considered.
Yeah, I thought that was in the main to do with allocations, though. So
Yeah.
you could make a case for in allocations for, even if it's in PTEL 0 or 1, that because of the intention that it's going to be well served by public transport and so on and so forth, you would apply the more stringent approach, and so on. And I've seen what TfL have had to say about this, but I suppose, yeah, I mean, it's a matter of interpretation probably, but you're right that T6 and T6.1 don't say what car light is. They only say, in both policies, only refer to the parking standards. So in lieu of any other advice as to what car light is, would it be the natural intention then to refer to the, by, as I said before, by definition, if you're meeting the parking standards in 6.1, you are car light because the parking standards have taken account of different areas and different levels of accessibility and so on. And I'm not saying you haven't got the ability to then impose something more stringent where it's an allocation and you know you're trying to achieve a particular aim. I'm thinking more in the line of this policy, the development management policy, windfall type policies, where you're trying to provide a level of certainty, clarity, and unambiguity about what it is you're requiring. I mean, maybe, sorry to cross-cut this, it may be that it's simply the policy simply refers to applying, other than in relation to allocations, which are set, development will be expected to meet the requirements of the London Plan in terms of parking. And that's...
Yes, so on the face of it, one could just take the position that the parking standards in the London Plan are those that need to be adopted, and one then, if you're not in car free, if you're in the standards, you're necessarily car light. But it does refer to the minimum necessary parking. And the standards in 6.1 provide up to a certain level rather than at a certain level. So that in theory there could be, in a particular scenario, a justification for going lower than that, in theory. Which is why car light, as I say, has been referred to in the way that it has by TfL at least, rather than just being by reference to the particular standards. So the reference certainly to car light in the way that we've adopted it, as you'll see in our proposed modification, is to identify that there will be the application of the maximum standards, but outside site allocations there may be a car light element if it's justified. And that lack of definition as to what would be justified in a particular circumstances, one that actually flows through from policy T6.
Yeah. Thinking out, I wonder if this is one of those cases where there's a difference between what people want the policy to say and what it says. And what the policy says is meet the parking standards. Yeah. So, and T6 doesn't, other than, I take the point, what it says, you know, a minimum necessary versus a maximum standard is not necessarily the same thing. And I see what TfL about to say about this as well. I'm supportive of your approach, generally. I guess to have this idea that car light might be something different. But possibly one for me to ponder, I think. Because irrespective of T6 and 6.1 and the standards, there's still an issue in my mind about how you would go about implementing that policy, even as you've suggested. At the moment, I think the way it's been suggested would be worded saying we'll have regard to a whole range of issues, but it doesn't necessarily flesh out what that means. So, you know, what effect does all these different issues have on the debate? It might go without saying if it's in a higher PTAL rating area, you would be looking. But then that's where I come back to. But that's what the standard has covered, the idea of being in a higher PTAL rating area, because there's a more stringent standard for that, so it's covered. You know, I suppose I'm struggling to see where you would apply it. I mean, there might be specific development types where the nature of the development or the constraints of development might be that you would accept a lower. I mean, as you say, it's a maximum. It's not a target, so you will probably mostly accept a lower requirement, a lower provision than the standard, perhaps. Anyway, but yeah, there might be circumstances where somebody's coming in with something significantly lower than the parking stand, where you'd be quite content with it because physical constraints and so on and so forth might not allow it, or they're seeking to do something more sustainable. I don't know.
As you say, so the way that we've looked at the position, when you go back to our modification, it's car light, which is identified as materially below the London Plan maximums, excluding required disabled operational spaces, of course, because they're set down as minima. And since that's the definition, which we think is the right one, there needs to be something by which it will be appropriate to adopt that approach, and indeed car-free, as opposed to any other. And as I say, the difficulty one finds is that that's not identified in the London Plan as to what that trigger is. So you have to look at a number of factors and reach a judgment as to what is the appropriate approach and what properly should be the requirement. And that lack of specification is something that derives from the rather broad way in which it's described in policy T6B of the London Plan. So that's why we set out the modification as we have so. There seems to be little that we can do beyond setting out those various criteria to make the position clear.
Okay, we'll leave that there for now. We might come back onto it because T3 mentioned something similar. There might be some comments on it. I need to, subject to what comments are made, go away and think about this one, because I think there's two angles to this. One is what you're suggesting T6 saying what it's saying? That's for me, you know, which is one thing. And then even if it is, and you're right about car light, whether or not it is justifiable or clear and unambiguous to have this kind of, well, we're going to wait and we're going to see. You know, we're just going to have, we're not going to tell you what you want, what we want. We're going to leave that, and we're going to make you guess. So,
As I say, so there's either that approach or the approach of saying that this is the baseline that we will require, and you'll have to show us why it should be something different from car light, which is, as I say, how T6B sets out the position.
yeah, okay. No, it is, yeah, but as I say, it is muddied by then subsequently saying in D and in 6.1 that you must apply these standards. It doesn't say in D or in T6.1 apply these standards except in situations where it's car light. So, sorry, you've explained all that. So I'm just saying that's where I'm at. Yeah, okay. Okay. Try and move on to B is prohibiting the issue of on-street parking. That's okay. I'm not going to say that again. It's not saying that in all cases you would prohibit the issue of on-street parking permits. I guess it's where justified. So again, there might be some situations where it's not a problem, I guess, but okay. C6, considering the redevelopment of existing car parks for alternative uses, that seems more of a strategic issue than a DM issue. It seems more about this is what your council want to do. It doesn't seem to be about imposing restrictions on, I don't know what you'd be getting at there, unless you're encouraging landowners, I suppose, to say, it'd be nice if you redeveloped your car parks. But that seems more of a strategic issue, the DM issue, I would suggest. Oh, sorry, it's not an issue for this policy anyway. It's not about how you're determining a planned application, is it? It's about what you're seeking to encourage, which is the redevelopment of car parks. Possibly not worth losing any sleep over. I don't know if you've got any views on that.
No, so save that it again indicates the general approach or objective that we're seeking to achieve by the healthy streets policy or healthy street policy.
3D, resisting the development of boundary treatments and gardens to provide crossovers and on-site parking. Again, is that in all cases or only where, again, it's this is like absolute no vehicle crossovers or resurfacing gardens, or is it only where there would be an actual harm? If you're creating a moratorium on something, then is that actually, again, is it justified? Again, if this was a strategic policy where it's like the council will consider the implications of vehicle crossovers and development gardens, that's one thing. That's okay. That's an overarching thing. This is a very much DM policy, which says we're not going to allow. If I take resisting to be analogous to refusing, if that is the same, if it means the same thing, then refusing development of boundary treatments and gardens to provide vehicle crossovers, that's what you're going to do in all cases. Well, that seems quite a stringent requirement without any assessment of harm. So would it actually be where there would be some harm associated with it, to road safety or, well, presumably road safety, or even perhaps character and appearance, you would seek to refuse vehicle crossovers. But if there's no harm, you wouldn't be doing it, would you?
Yes, I think that's right. The aim of this criterion is to reverse the position and assume that there will be harm by having that sort of scenario. So it should be prevented from that occurring. So one can either look at it as an overarching protective approach, or which is the way in which it's been drafted at the moment, or a need to do so only where it's established that there is harm. The difficulty, of course, for a lot of authorities is that these sorts of that sort of scenario is one that it's difficult to control and also difficult to establish harm. So that's to say specific harm on an individual basis, as opposed to looking at it the borough as a whole.
I mean, there reference to cumulative harm.
Yes, there is that.
There's cumulative harm. Thinking about all the appeals I've done for vehicle crossovers in my life, more than a few. Yes, the policy is the policy. So if you start from the premise that the development plan says that we don't want these, we don't want to allow them, that's one thing. But clearly, any decision maker is also bound to be looking at the effects of that development. And if it is genuinely harmless, indeed it may not be in many cases, then justifying it on the basis of the policy alone might be, I mean, Section 38(6), blah, blah, but might be problematic. And I would have thought, just as a matter of principle, that it is not always justified to proceed to place a moratorium on any form of development, which can be tested. If there are ways of assessing whether or not that form of development would be harmful. So I don't know. To me, it just seems maybe at least recognising that it is where there would be unacceptable harm to safety and or character and appearance of the area or whatever, refuge, operation of the highway network, we will seek to resist vehicle crossovers and redevelopment of gardens.
The question, I think, is whether there's evidence now to justify that position. And I know Mr. Cole would be the person to speak to that in the event that there was evidence that the council has that is an overarching issue for this borough. And one can understand the logic generally, because if what you do is provide more opportunities for people to park on their land, then it will increase the prospect of increase the prospect of cars being used. That's the general logic behind it. But as to whether it's a particular issue here, that's something, as I say, for Mr. Colin, if I may, I'll...
Well, that's okay. One thing, there's two things then. What again? Is 3D because of healthy connected infra, which I would have thought was a road safety issue, but is it actually then, if it's more to do with sustainability, that's a different, and discouraging people from using their car, from parking their car. If there's nowhere to park, then it might discourage people from using cars and so on. I'm not seeing much evidence of that around the country and people parking on pavements. But anyway, then, okay, maybe that is something to for me to bear in mind. I'd still question maybe whether that means it should be a moratorium on it in all cases, but
If it is justified, it can of course be said resisting the development, etc., unless it's shown that there is no harm or something to that effect.
yeah, I think, bear with me, leave it with me. No, I think actually, yes. I think, no, don't leave it with me. I think I'd like to see, just for my own...
Yes.
It doesn't mean to say I'm definitely going, with any of these actions, as you know, I've said before, it doesn't necessarily mean they will be main modifications.
No.
I think I would like to see a main modification, a suggestion for how that criterion could be worded such that it isn't. It is more based on judgment. Because I think that's more justified. And then criterion E, it is a point that's been made in one of the statements, so it's a point I'd picked up anyway, which is criterion D is resisting on-site parking. Criterion E is, favouring of, anyway, sorry, have I got the right one around? Yes, sorry. Criterion D, arguably resisting off-street parking because it doesn't want people to park on their gardens. And then criterion E is favouring off-street parking, so presumably new development. I can see the distinction. There's a difference between planned development where you're creating off-street parking and so on, servicing and trying to get, as part of a planned development, and then perhaps in other circumstances seeking to resist crossovers and so on, where it's not being part of a planned development and therefore can cause, again, my favourite phrase, unintended consequences. I think that's probably where arguing that it's a sustainability issue for D is slightly questionable, because then in E and parking standards more generally, you are providing, in some cases, parking. So, you know, if you didn't think off-street parking was, if you thought off-street parking was likely to encourage car use, then you'd have car free everywhere, which is not how the policies would apply. So that's why I was a bit unsure about D being a sustainability issue, but I can see the difference between D and E in terms of why, particularly if D was about safety and character and appearance and so on, that would make D and E make sense. If it's D and E, if D is about sustainability, then D and E doesn't make sense, because they're both about, you know, the off-street parking would encourage people to, you know, so E would be encouraging people to drive. So I suspect D is more about the things I think it's about. So, having said all that, that's, yeah, I don't think there's a distinction, that was what I'm saying, between the two things. Or there is a distinction between the two things, and I think that's justified. Criterion 4, we have yet another reference to walking and cycling. Complementary measures which reduce parking demands, such as car clubs, which is different, fine, and supporting correct and well-designed walking, cycling routes, giving support to any retrofitting proposals. Don't know what that means. Will be supporting retrofitting is to do with putting cycling infrastructure into development that exists already, I guess. Okay, probably nothing to say on that other than, you know, how many times do you need to hit people over the head with references to walking and cycling? Don't be quite sure. And then criterion 5, I raised the issue about whether or not vehicle charging points were now covered by building regs. You've said, yes, they are, but there may be other things that relate to charging points, which the policy could happily refer to. It has been again pointed out, also indicated to me, that the London Plan goes beyond the building regs. I don't know to the extent that is the case. I am noting that the policy does refer to the London Plan. So there is, if you like, the London Plan provides that scope for charging points, but then I think I'm right in saying the London Plan predates the building regs, Part S, I think.
Yes, I think that is right, so I need to check that.
So I suppose the overarching question is, you know, how do we deal with electric vehicle charging points in a context where we have more up-to-date building regulations than the London Plan, but the London Plan does indeed, I suppose, give you the hook by which to have this policy. Maybe there's no right answer on this.
I think it comes down to whether or not there's a restriction on having any tighter or any more ambitious requirements under the London Plan as a result of the superseding building regulations. The NPPF, of course, indicates that there shouldn't be duplication of control. But that isn't to say that it can't be, there can't be a duplication or indeed a higher standard, which could be said necessarily to not be a duplication because it's actually providing something more than the baseline. There's a justification under the London Plan, and that's why we've put it in the way that we have.
It may be because it refers to the London Plan, just leave it as it is on reflection. And maybe it's one of those things that just has to be sorted out on a case-by-case basis.
And through the London Plan review processes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you for that. So, Mr. Harbert first.
Thank you. Just a comment on point 3D again, resisting the development of boundary treatments. There are still large areas of the borough that are car dependent, and having a draconian one-size-fits-all for the whole of the area would seem inappropriate. So again, it comes back whether that is an absolute policy or a judgment, or whether that should be actually reflected into other measures like PTAL and a little bit more sensitivity in it. And on a different topic, on a more generic basis, the more that we impose restricted parking, the less the viability of some marginal developments are. And has the council modelled the impact on housing starts against minimal or lower than London Plan targets? Because I think there'd be a huge conflict of interest there between actually building the 33,000 homes that we want in the plan, particularly those on windfall sites. I'll just quote one example in Hadley Wood, where a development, I think, of 12 homes had lower than the minimum standards, went ahead, not a single property has been sold. And I can imagine that future developers may choose not to invest in the borough of Enfield.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Is that everything? Yeah, Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. Just on vehicle crossovers, while we're there, in our hearing statement, we drew attention to this and noted that in the current development plan, there is a whole policy dedicated to vehicle crossovers, DMD 46. It's very well used. Vehicle crossovers, as in many places in Enfield, are a very contentious issue. I've sat in many planning committee meetings in here watching them with the councillors saying they fill their inbox with, you know, asking about them and why they can and cannot have them and those kinds of questions. So just from that sort of anecdotal evidence, it would seem to me that sort of having something more akin to the existing policy, which is quite comprehensive, might be useful here in understanding when they are justified, i.e. where there's no safety issues, or in fact safety may be improved by having them, and where they're not justified. You know, for example, on a corner of a busy road, as happened recently in Enfield, and there was a whole very contentious planning application around that. So that was the sort of vehicle crossover issue. That's point 15 of our statement. In terms of the car light, car free conversation, I suppose to try and summarise our position, we felt the policy was sort of setting the standard. I'm talking about here about 3A, was almost setting the maximum as the target and work backwards. And we're saying, well, the minimum is car light is minimum. You know, the minimum you can do is car light up to the maximum. And it seemed to us that the focus should be on we will require the minimum amount of car parking and no higher than the maximum permitted in the London Plan, or words to that effect. It just felt to us that it got the wrong way round, that the maximum had felt like the target when you read it. On that note, when we read through T1 to T3, and often what we're trying to do is we're saying if we were a developer developing 5 to 15 homes, do we understand what is required here? And we quite often get confused and think, no, we're not actually sure. And some of that is to do with the repetition that you're picking up on, sir. And I think that some of the confusion, if I can just say, is when you get things like in T2, 1A, development will be expected to improve walking access and routes to so on. And then I don't think it does the same for cycling, but it does the same for cycling elsewhere. So what does that mean if walking's here but not cycling is here? And you end up sort of trying to understand what is required there, because it's being repeated but is different. Similar but sort of a different point is around criteria 2, which comes under the heading open spaces, green, multifunctional, accessible. And forgive me, because I may have got this wrong, but I seem to have a vague recollection of that heading being proposed for a change at some point, but I could have be mistaken that. And the reason why I mention it is because I don't think the things under criteria to naturally relate to the heading. And to explain why, in our sense, we feel that that is effective is because you read through the policies trying to work out what's required, relate them back to the heading, and you're trying to work out whether you've understood what is required. Because they don't seem, at least to us, to match the heading. So it could be, I guess, what we're suggesting here is the heading maybe needs to change to provide clarity. But I think probably it's an issue, sort of the combination, as you've mentioned, sir, of the three different policies, sort of repeating, but then not entirely repeating. We couldn't understand why, in terms of 2A, it was just prioritising measures that encourage a substantial shift from private car journeys and not other types of vehicle journeys, felt excluded there. And I think the other points are covered off in the council's statement around issues around the disabled parking and the Equality Act. And I think, so you mentioned earlier that we picked up on the point that some site allocations have different criteria, and it might be useful to reference that in the policy for it to be effective, so that it's clear which one has priority. I mean, we assume the site allocation, but trying to sort of work as somebody, as a developer, you're trying to think, well, do I know which one it is then when that looks different? That was it from us, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, on the parking thing, I think it's going to have to be, however it ends up, it's going to have to be modified from what it is now, I think, to better reflect what's in T6, even if it's just a cross-reference to T6, frankly, because that at least sets out what the approach to parking is, and the car free, car light, and then the standard and minima and all that. So, and then whether or not it then refers to all these other things, I need to give some thought to. But I think just in general, 3A would need some, there's an action there, I think, already, but needs to reflect. And I think some of the points you've made are valid ones about just making it clear what the approach is. So there's that. And also referring to allocations. I think it would need to refer to allocations to make it clear that allocations are out with this policy, which obviously isn't the case in most policies are not. It's only that one generally where we'd be saying ignore this for allocation. Think all other policies practically, these are still relevant. Maybe we'll come on to that. So there's that. Your point about the confusion of lots of different references to very similar things being worded very slightly differently, I think, yes, as something I've already talked about, I need to go away. Maybe this is something I will come back to the council on, generally. And then there's a point made by both of you about the crossover thing, which seems like a minor point in the great scheme of things, but equally, this is what I mean, actually. This is why I think why it is important to get these things right, because it's this kind of, that one line in the policy might be used more than practically any other, for all I know, so it needs to be right. So a couple of things there about the fact that the council already has a detailed policy on this. So I suppose one question is why wasn't that carried through if it was particularly valuable? So yeah, anything you want to come back on, picking on those points in particular?
So just a couple. I think the description of open spaces are green, multifunctional, and accessible. I think that is a word that will need to change, because I take Mr. Burns' point that what's then subsequently in 2 isn't on the face of it related to open spaces. As to the private reference to the private car, well, that's the principal type of vehicular usage to the most important type of vehicular usage that will affect sustainability objectives, and so right that was focused on in Part A. As to the vehicle crossover point on, I think it was DMD 46, I haven't checked that as yet. If I could just have a moment. There's a shift in short. So what the policy does at the moment is allow for it subject to various factors being taken into account that might lead to the conclusion that it shouldn't happen, as opposed to the approach adopted in T2, which is that it shouldn't happen. And that shift will need to be the subject of a commentary from Mr. Coles, so I'll ask for that to be done. So at least you see whether or not it's justified to have a blanket approach, or whether there should be a criteria-based approach, and if so, what.
Okay, so you're going to provide me with a note to that event?
That very brief note, so
Yeah.
just simply setting out the rationale for that.
But I have said that alongside the note, if you like, or not, well, sorry, not alongside the note, because the way we'll deal with main mods is different, but I think in the first instance, at some point I would want to see a modification put to me to show how it would work. And then if alongside that there is a note saying why the council feels uncomfortable about that, then at least I can take that into account. Okay.
Yes, we'll look at that, and perhaps if we do it on a wholesale basis, and you can see that.
Well, I suppose, yeah, because there'll be, yeah, supposing in this instance, it might be easy to see it before I see the whole raft of changes I've asked for.
Yes.
So at least I can see it as part of the note. Yes. So yeah, make that part of the note. But
Very good.
yeah, okay, fine, thank you. Right. Are there any other points? Yeah, saying the repetition issue, I'm going to come back to at some point. Right, we'll move on to T3. Talking of repetition. Are you okay for us to continue? Thank you. Thank you. Right, so a vibrant and safe Enfield for everyone. Very laudable aim. I've already pointed out that I think, having thought about the answers to these questions and looked at the criteria again and what you've said and some of the changes you've suggested, actually, it again calls me to wonder what this policy is actually doing, or that's not already covered or couldn't be covered more succinctly without quite so much repetition. I understand it's always like the different lenses, but I'm not always going to be sure, I think, whether that's a really useful way of looking at things. But we'll say pick these points up. Under criterion 1, you've referred to a potential ambiguity. So criterion 1, we're back to parking standards. So developments are well connected by public transport and have active travel opportunities should be designed to be car-free or very low level of parking provision. So straight away, you've got something that, without any modification, effectively contradicts T2, 3A or 3B, whichever it is, because one policy says refer to parking standards, another policy says should be car-free, car-light. I know that's what T6 might say about car-free and car-light, but you get in there by two different angles, and just reading it, it could be considered to be inconsistent, or at least an ambiguous approach. You've suggested that to address that, you could have a cross-reference to T1. Not sure why they would have a cross-reference to T1. I assume you mean a cross-reference to T2. And to quote your statement, this would ensure T3 is not applied universally. Didn't know what that meant. Really, T3 is applied universally because it's not geographically specific. All of these policies are applied across the borough, but there may be, obviously, you drill down to, there may be situations where they are relevant, where they're not relevant, depending on the nature of the development. My main point, though, in all this is why would you refer to parking standards twice? You've got a policy on parking standards, which cross-refers to the London Plan. If you then have a criterion in this policy, which all it does is cross-refer you back to T2, then what's the point? There's absolutely no need for it, is there? Just because you just then can explain all this car-free, car-light, whatever, under the auspices of T2 and the parking standards policy. So I don't really see the point in having a cross-reference within transport policy. I mean, I say, if you're talking about housing policy, which overlaps into matters of heritage or design, then cross-reference there to heritage and design makes sense because you're looking at a different chapter and a different issue, and where there's no overlap. There's no overlap here. It's the same. The two policies are dealing with the same thing. They're both all dealing with parking standards. So there's no. We're looking at this particular issue, so we need to understand what the other policy says. This is the same issue, parking standards, within the transport chapter. So, wait, was it just have one policy on parking and leave it there?
That could be done, sir.
So,
That's noted.
Criterion 2, development should have well-connected, high quality, convenient and safe active travel routes. Yes. Again, maybe the third or fourth time that's been said in one way or the other. So I don't really know what it provides. And just as a matter of fact, it actually reads practically exactly the same as 6A. So 6A says developments will be expected to be well-connected, high quality, convenient, effective, efficient and safe active travel routes. So you've got, not only have you got repetition with other policy, you've got repetition within the policy. So again, I think, just doesn't really help us, does it? These sorts of criteria. So again, leave it with me, I think, to think about this whole issue about whether or not you need all these policies. But
I think I can sense your advice on that.
yes. Criteria 3 to 5 are all about referring to achieve 20-minute accessibility, which I understand may well be an overarching strategy of the council. Note that that overarching strategy of the council is not referred to in T1, which is your transport policy, which is your strategic transport policy, which is an interesting oversight, one might say. So anyway, putting that to one side. Criterion 3, we're back to TAs, referred to once already. 4 is about active travel, seems again. And 5 is about impacts and TAs. So again, notwithstanding the fact this is all about 20-minute accessibility, all of those things are covered, aren't they, by T1 and T2? Or at least should be, or at least could be covered by T1 and T2. You've got a policy, your T1 talks about TAs and mitigation. Various policies talk about active travel, ad nauseum. And then 5 is talking about TAs again, which actually is only what 3 is talking about, TAs. So, I think somewhere along the line, a policy which says somewhere, just a single policy says, we want a TA or transport statement, we want mitigation, we want to address the harm, and we want to resist cumulative transport impacts, at least referring back to the framework's language, which I think your suggested modification does. That should be enough, but whether it all needs to be in this policy, I would question. So again, is there any particular merit in having this part 2? I'm not, and this is not me saying you shouldn't have reference to 20-minute accessibility, but I'm saying, you would achieve, if 20-minute accessibility is about these 3 criteria, well, then you're achieving 20-minute accessibility through your other policies. And I should say, sorry, about the key local services. You've got a whole raft of policies about community facilities, open space, retail facilities within new development, and so on and so forth. So again, all covered. It's all covered. This doesn't seem to add anything. This reads more like a strategic, overarching approach rather than a DM requirement. And if it is a DM requirement, then it's just duplicating what you've got in other policy anyway.
In general terms, yes. So the last part of Part 2, Criterion 5, says development should have minimal impact on existing transport networks, particularly residential neighbourhoods. That I don't think is reflected specifically in an earlier part, but it certainly can be introduced in an earlier part and have the same effect. And so what I would say is that so long as the 20-minute accessibility objective is put into another part of the policy network, T1 and T2, that would deal with part 2. It's really part 3 that is distinct from other aspects that have been identified. And the policy, of course, is looking at safe infill for everyone. So, so that still has a justifiable place in a separate policy.
Looking at criterion 5, where it says development should have a minimal impact on existing transport networks, particularly residential neighbourhoods, fine. That's actually nothing to do with 20-minute accessibility, though, is it? That could be anywhere. There's nothing to, really. It's not a 20-minute accessibility issue.
No,
It's just a general criteria, general development management criterion. Very
is.
sensible, but still.
It is so, but it's more under the vibrant Enfield for everyone rather than in a transportation context, rather than being specifically referable to the 20-minute accessibility. I accept.
Okay, but as I say, I think I'll take this away, but certainly the element, and I've said this before, sorry to reiterate, when talking about duplication, repetition, there often is a germ of something very useful in the duplicated words. It's about pulling out, it's about jettisoning the things which are just saying the same thing in a slightly different way, and making sure you don't chuck away the actual salient, sensible points that need to be made. And I think, the first sentence of 5 is very sensible. There's nothing wrong with that. In part 3, so we are into safety. This might well be different, although I would say criterion 6 is effectively the same as criterion 2. But generally speaking, it is, there's not, again, nothing wrong with talking about road safety or pedestrian safety. Clearly that's all fine. My only question would be whether it's already covered, or if not covered, do you need could it be subsumed to another policy to make the whole thing a little bit more short and succinct and easier to follow? But what's in, 6A is perfectly fine, other than it's saying this exactly the same thing as in T2. There's nothing wrong with what it's saying in principle. But then criteria B and C, I've got nothing particularly to say about those. It's just whether or not they stay here or somewhere else.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, comments?
Thank you, sir. Just sometimes I think when reading through this, and notwithstanding the points already made, we weren't sure why things applied to some areas and not to others. So, for example, promoting road safety and safer cycling and pedestrian movement around town centres and transport nodes and quieter neighbourhoods. But why wouldn't you promote that everywhere? Why would you not promote that in what are called residential areas in one place and residential neighbourhoods in another? And so we weren't sure why not everywhere else. We weren't sure what some of these things meant in terms of actually doing things. And I think the council has a lot of guidance about the design and visibility displays and all kinds of things like that. And it does, in the existing development management plan, it does make reference to referring to those to understand this. And we wondered whether that might be needed here as well. In terms of policy criteria 5, development should have minimal impact on existing transport networks, particularly residential neighbourhoods. I mean, I don't actually know if I live in a residential neighbourhood or a town centre. So again, I'm not sure what is that exactly. It might be obvious to everybody else, but it wasn't obvious to us when we were trying to apply it.
And if I could just interrupt you, I think this goes to the number of my issue, really. There is no different. I mean, the policy is quite clear. Sorry, not you're saying the policy isn't clear. National policy is very clear about how you go about assessing the impact of transport development and what criteria you should be using. I don't see the point in having lots of different lenses, as I say. Look, just have a policy which says this is how we're going to deal with development. And if there's something specific to a particular area where you want to drill down, and by all means say that, but it's in the context of an overarching approach, which is effectively ensuring there aren't severe cumulative impacts, which is what national policy says. That's it. That's as simple, that's as difficult as it needs to be. So having all these different geographies and scales and gravities can only lead to confusion, I think. So I would suggest the likely outcome of this is let's simplify it. So,
Thank you, sir. That's what we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any points you want to make on that? No? No, good. So, right. Any more points on transport policies before I move on. A few actions there and a few more for me to come back on.
Yes, thank you.
Right, I'm going to move on, just take a small pause. We're going to move on to matter 16, policies on culture. Don't know if the stream needs to pause for that, but we're going to move on. So, matter 16, see how much we can get done before lunch. Am I right in saying that, are you staying, Mr. Harbert?
I will leave at this stage.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. No problem at all, thank you. Mr. Byrne, your statement mainly comments on CL5. Are you looking to anything else on the CL5?
No, so I think we're only CL5.
Right, so it makes sense then, unless the council have any objection, for me to just start with CL5, because it does sort of sit on its own anyway, I think, as a concept, as an issue, so I don't think it's not a problem to do that. So we'll start on policy CL5. Just let the council just get in position while I work out where the policies are. Which chapter is it? 12? Is it 12?
Sorry, so page 316.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Oh, don't need to introduce yourselves. Thank you. Right. So this is a sort of policy which sets out standards for a raft of things: open space allotments, children's play areas, and playing pitches. Ostensibly, national policy requires such policies to be based on robust and up-to-date evidence. I asked a question about that, whether the standards in 12.1, table 12.1, were based on robust and up-to-date evidence, and you've told me in your statement, paragraph 22, that it is, and it's been through the green and blue infrastructure study. Just wanted to check on that, because does that green and blue infrastructure study actually cover all elements of what this policy covers? No, I didn't think it did.
No, sorry, sir. It covers general open space standards, but not sport provision. That comes under the play pitch strategy.
So we've talked about, I know there's a new playing pitch strategy being developed, and I was told last week that it should be published early November, late October, early November. Based on what, and I've seen references in the statement to Common Ground with Sport England in particular about the current playing pitch strategy. So what was table 12.1 based on in terms of sports pitches and play then? Is it the current? So is that considered to be, so your statement says you're content the policy is based on robust and up-to-date evidence, but it doesn't mention the playing pitch strategy. So does that mean then you're not convinced or content that the policy is based on robust and up-to-date evidence in terms of playing pitches?
During the drafting of the plan, so pre-submission, it was based on the existing play pitch strategy, which at that time was up to date. Obviously, Sport England have put in their representation, saying to the contrary. We then took the decision to update the play pitch strategy. The issue with the existing play pitch strategy, it doesn't include all sports provision within that. So what the new play pitch strategy is doing is identifying 3 other typologies of sport which wasn't included last time. So we believe that although the drafting of the plan was based on sound evidence, there is new information and new evidence being provided now, which should update those sports standards, which should benefit the plan moving forward and make sure it is compliant with national policy.
Just remind me when the existing playing pitch strategy was published.
It was published in 2018. It ran to 2023.
There's no hard and fast rule on what constitutes up-to-date and robust evidence. It is based on a case-by-case basis, clearly. But if you were basing it on 2018 data, in the document, and that ran to 2023, how were you content? How were you sort of mindful that this would be okay then, if the document effectively ran out?
As part of that strategy, it looked at population projections, and they were generally in line with the local plan provision at that time. We also based sort of Chase Park and Cruise Hill, so the strategic growth of the plan, and that was kind of based within some of the findings of that work. But obviously since then, although at the time we were content, we just believed that the new play pit strategy emerging would just benefit those, make sure it's up to date, benefit the policy, and make sure it's as up to date as it can be. And within CL5, it will update the sports standard or provision within there. But I think the overall policy itself, it shouldn't affect too much.
Well, that's my next question, really. So I'm in a slightly difficult position, and I'm having the session today, effectively being told that the policy is no longer justified, if you like, but it needs to change on the basis of evidence I haven't seen, and so it's very difficult for me to know how to proceed. In effect, the word, obviously, policies say what they need to say. You will deliver X, Y, Z. That's fine. And then, so is it likely then the only substantive change will be to table 12.1?
That's correct, yeah. And
So what I was going to say was that the overarching strategy, the question is whether the overarching strategy is going to change as a result of the PPS. Many of Better Homes' concerns relate to the fact that it said that the entire plan in respect of these relevant policies is unjustified as a result of not having an up-to-date PPS in place. But whether or not the question of whether something is out of date or up to date needs to be considered against the evidence that is going to be available, which will establish whether or not the strategy as a whole is justified. And so that is going to be available in short order to justify that position. I understand your difficulty, which is that, of course, you haven't got the document yet to verify that, in fairness, and you'd need to have that in order to reach a final judgment about that. So at the moment, all that we can give you is what is being said. It's the overarching position. And that, of course, can be verified later on.
Yeah, I would say there's not much I can do, not much anyone can do, actually, is there? I suppose is about table 12.1. If, in terms of, is it that the open space and allotments and community gardens criteria they're not affected? Is it just formal play and playing pitches?
it's just playing pitches, yeah.
Just playing pitches?
Just playing pitches, yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, there's not much I can... I mean, it's not unusual, it's not ideal, it's not unusual for new evidence to appear during an examination. Sometimes these things are out of your control. Might be produced by some others, but in this case you took the view to commission this while the plan has been in examination because you were concerned about what table 12.1 was saying?
It was to respond to Sport England's advice. We took that advice, they're the experts, and we decided to go and produce a new play pit strategy. We just felt that would update these figures in line with the plan period in particular, and also in line with national policy.
Was it, sorry, this sounds maybe not irrelevant, this is, but did you, just to remind me when you commissioned it, was it after submission or before?
It was just after submission.
So you knew what Sport England's position was before you submitted the plan, and you knew that you should only submit a plan that you considered to be sound. I accept that you might have taken an overarching view that delaying submission for might be a year, which it might well be if you commissioned it just after, might not be. You're weighing these things up, but clearly, similarly, to a certain extent, it may have been that this examination would have been over by the time this document was, if we hadn't had the delays at the start with the engagement process and everything else, so they might not have been available. So I would have been, what would, well, maybe it's speculating what would have ended up with. We are where we are. So, okay, difficult to know then when we get to the criteria about table 12.1 whether the figures are justified or not, and it may be, as I've already mentioned, we may have to have a wash-up session or two in the fullness of time. Whether or not I can deal with all these things by written reps or not, we'll see. I mean, there's only Mr. Byrne here, with respect. I mean, there's other people who've made reps on this policy who would also have the right to comment on anything that comes in. I think the action for now has to be, when the document is available, you, alongside that being submitted to me, and I'll accept it because it is what it is the modification, a suggested modification, if any, of how you would expect this policy to change. Then I'll have to put it. Obviously, the modification would be consulted on anyway at some point, but clearly at this stage, because no one's had the opportunity to understand that, and giving people the opportunity to perhaps at least write in the first instance, to see what the issue is. But difficult, because I'm conscious of all these. There's a lot of potential issues that need wrapping up, and I don't want to keep coming back on a piecemeal approach, but equally I don't want to delay the examination any longer than I have to.
No, quite so. As I say, the document should be available in short order. Mr. Brown has indicated why it was that the council reached the conclusion that despite having an end date of 2023, nevertheless the conclusions could be relied upon for the purposes of submission. I wouldn't want that to be lost in the analysis of why we are where we are. And also, as Mr. Brown said, it was a reaction to the points being made by Sport England.
Okay, we'll go through the things we can go through then, because obviously the operation of the policy might be the same, however, whatever the numbers are in the tables. So we need to make sure that that works anyway. I made a couple of as well as my comment on table 12.1, I had another general overarching comment about, or question about, the myriad of documents that were referred to in this policy, which were not part of the development plan. I actually missed a couple on my question. It also referred the massive list that I had listed, but also I missed some. The Enfield Built Sports Facility Action Plan and Play England's Design for Play Guide, which I didn't mention. So you've covered every single potential opportunity, and your poor DM people having to address not only the things in the plan, but all these myriad of documents as well. It's like, wow, they're poor souls. I don't have sympathy with them. Anyway, you've come back and said, yeah, fair enough, you don't need all these in the policy. They should possibly be in the supporting text. Bear in mind, yeah, okay. I actually go as far as to say, do you need them at all, or can you reduce them to the absolute minimum? It is really, we are thinking here about constant relying on other documents to provide you with the answer is not very helpful to anybody. The policy should be deliver this amount of space to this level of to deal with this effect or this harm, and how you go about whether or not you decide to sign off on it is kind of up to you. You don't necessarily need to say, well, we're going to do this, going to do that, they're going to do, meet all these 15 different things. It just seems a bit over the top to me. But anyway, there may be other changes that come through this, so I'll just put a pin in that for now. My second, before we go through the criteria as well, my second question highlighted the different ways in which requirements and thresholds are set out. So I think I said that in 1, 3, 6, 8, 9 and 10, you've got reference to how much space, different types of space for how much. Then 4, 3, 4, 8 and 11 have got different thresholds. All gets quite confusing. Your statement suggests, I think, that you've accepted that there are some issues about it and clarification will be needed, and you've put some suggestions forward. You might have to walk me through these because I'm not entirely clear on what is being proposed, because you've said that criterion 6A and table 12.1 would be the only place which sets out the quantum and then all other criteria I've referred to, 1, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, would cross-refer to table 12.1. So are you actually suggesting then you still keep 1, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, all of which refer to table 12.1, and then a criteria which says refer to table 12.1? I mean, isn't, just being very, perhaps very dense about it, is the policy that for open space, allotments, community gardens, children's play space, formal quick play and playing pitches, you will deliver what is in line with table 12.1? That's it. That's one criterion, isn't it? Yes. Do you need to say, other than some of the detail, in terms of the amount, do you need to say any more than that?
No, I think we recognise the policy needs quite a bit of work. Essentially, yeah, you look to protect through this policy, enhance and provide. So you effectively structure the policy like that. You're going to provide this amount of space, enhance it through these ways, and then protect it. All existing open spaces, and then obviously, if you're going to lose an open space, there needs to be a criteria. So I think it could be streamlined quite significantly to just simplify the plan and make it more effective. There was a question as well about 12.1. I think Mr. Burns had mentioned this in his statement, whether 12.1 should actually be within the policy itself to make it clear. I tend to agree with that, to be honest. I think when benchmarking with other plans, most others have the standards within the policy rather than a separate table. I think that would just enhance effectiveness.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. I think maybe rather than, because the operation of all this, so we'll skim through it, but if it's, I think I take the point, or sorry, not to make the point, that it may not be that beneficial to spend a huge amount of time going through each criteria in detail, because there is so much scope for, I think, to make this a lot more straightforward and simple, that maybe we don't need to hammer, hit you over the head with it quite so much. I mean, there aren't one or two particular points I do need to pick up very quickly, but the general point is, yes, I think there'll be an action here to just try and make, subject to whatever comes out of the play pitch strategy, to make it just a lot less complicated. So that's very simple. Yeah, so it may be, I think I'm just going to read my points out. You make a note of them. You might want to come back on some of them, but I'll just go through my criteria rather than ask a question. I'll just say, for example, criterion 1 says, proposals involving the creation of new sports facilities or the enhancement of existing ones, specifically where a need has been identified, will be supported, particularly in or close to town centres. Why? Why do you need where a need has been identified? I think this comes back to, there's quite a few policies about this. I like well, I'm not sure I liked it, but I sort of picked up on the phrase attitudinal steer about you're trying to emphasise where you're going to give additional weight to or give particular weight to. But in general speaking, it doesn't need to be a need identified. If somebody's saying we want to propose enhancement or creation of new sports facilities, subject to it being suitable in all of the respects, it's suitable, isn't it? I don't think there's any need to be saying specifically where a need is identified, or particularly in close to town centres, fine, but you're not excluding it from anywhere else. So I get a lot of this. There's a lot of policies like this where it's like we're really trying to emphasise it's not about really the basics of development management or what it is we seek as a minimum. It's these are all the things we're trying to encourage. So and what we'll give extra weight to. And I wonder whether some of it's absolutely necessary. Just a quick point on, again, this is more of a general point, criterion 2, and it's only a point that's been picked up by, I think it was Hadley Wood's statement, that development resulting in the loss of sports and recreations will be resisted. Now, I made this point earlier about whether resisted and refused are analogous, and if that is the case, does the council come to those to mean the same thing? Is there any practical difference between resisted and refused? Because that actually could come when I'm thinking about some of these things in the same way as should and must. If there is a practical difference, I might need to give some thought to it, but my suspicion is it isn't. No, good, okay. And criterion 2, take your point here, this is clearly referring back to national policy. You've got your tests for if somebody wants to remove it, and it's or, not and, so it's very clear. And I think it's pretty much in line with the framework, so nothing there. Criterion 3, major development will be required to improve open space. I think this is a similar point to what I picked up about the transport. It's about mitigating harm, and I guess by virtue of mitigating harm, it will in effect improve open space, because they might provide open space, and that open space can be used by other people, and so is an indirect benefit. But it's not about starting from, if you don't need to provide open space or there's no shortage of open space, you will be required to improve it. That can't be right. So again, it might just be a slight tweak there. Criterion 4, I didn't know what new open space accessible to the public and consolidated meant. I didn't know what that meant, consolidated, but I'm sure that's just a typo or something. There's a potential issue here, again, if you think about how the whole policy should be structured. This talks about on-site provision of open space and the situations in which off-site, I think, might be acceptable. And it talks about viability and constraints and so on and so forth. So but the starting point is on-site provision of open space, and then what might be where off-site might provide. But then when you go to criterion 11, you've got a similar set of things, but about playing pitches. And this is what I think one's about open space, one's about playing pitches. Because playing pitches could be open space. It could be part of your open space. So there's an overlap there. I suspect the policy is the same. It's on-site unless there's good reason for it. Exceptionally, it could be off-site. So again, you don't need two criteria on that, do you? It's like the things which are covered by this policy should be on-site unless there are good reasons why it shouldn't be, and then you set that out. Is that And I know there's been a criticism of 4 and 11. I think that the implication is that developers could come along and go, oh, we can't do it on site, so we don't have to, do we? And you go, yeah, it's fine. But my reading of the policy is that's not what is intended. It should be exceptionally on off-site, and that is definitely the starting point, and so on. Okay.
I don't think where it says it's not possible, it's a point made by Better Homes, where it says it's not possible under criterion 4. That's setting out what should be an exception rather than.
And I think,
Need some wording changing.
I think it should, yes, I think just to make it absolute, but also it shouldn't give the developers the option that they can just come along and they can say, well, it's not, it's not them saying it's not possible, it's the council accepting that it's not possible. I think that's two different things as well. I think sometimes there's an assumption that if a developer comes along and says, we can't do it, you just go fine, but they don't. You assess it and decide whether or not, so it's whether you accept that it's not possible, or that there might be situations, as you've put in some of your supporting text, that actually it makes more sense to be off-site if there is a certain benefit to be gained from that, and I don't think that's particularly unreasonable, to have that as a potential. Criterion 5, this is about green flag awards and accessible natural green space standards. You've said, I think, you want to retain that. When you've said, we extend all these things, we don't necessarily need to read it, but we want to retain the Green Flag Award and I don't know, the angst. So it is angst thing. Or angs. So that's not referring to quality. So 12 point was about quantity, and then this is about quality. Who decides whether or not something is very good to very good in terms of green flag awards? I'm not an expert on this necessarily, but my understanding is that it's a post. It's not something you can. Is it something you can say would be? It's after it's been delivered, if you like, before you can get that award. So how you wouldn't necessarily know it's going to get that award from a plan. Nobody's going to award it a green flag very good from an agreed landscaping plan or an open space plan, presumably. Is that true?
Yeah, that's right. There is a Green Flagger award sort of guidance document, but yeah, you would get the qualification, if you like, post it being delivered. But this is a carryover from the existing development management plan. I think politically there was it's quite well supported that the council does try to achieve this. But again, from a development management point of view, it might not be best placed in this policy. But as I said, yeah, it's carryover from, I think it's D72 in the existing plan.
Okay, right, understood. But Yeah, I think there's an issue. I mean, notwithstanding the fact it might be in the current plan, I think there's an issue there in terms of how you can justifiably require something that isn't A, within the council's control to gift. It's not in the council's control to give Green Flag Award, is it? It's somebody else, to some different organisation, and you can't determine it based on a planning application. It's got to be something which is agreed afterwards. So all right, you might have a 106 agreement that says by X, you must apply for green flag status and so on and so forth. But I'm like, oh, this is all getting very dubious, isn't it? And also, again, is it not within the scope of your DM teams or your local space, open space team to look at a plan and determine whether or not it is of a requisite quality? So I mean, maybe referring to Green Flag Awards status or guidance or something in the supporting text might be the way forward. I don't know, but it just seems, well, say it's not in your gift, so it's a requirement that the council can't control. So no.
So the only thing I'd just point out with that is that there's something similar to the requirement that houses should achieve a certain level of sustainability provision under the old BREEAM requirements, for example. And so, and what 5 is trying to do is less require it to be awarded, but for it to meet the standard that it could be awarded.
Maybe so. Okay, fine. Maybe some wording around that to make it, yes, that clear that it's not. Yeah, okay. But it still might be supported. But I'll take the point on BREEAM or the equivalents. Fair point. Criterion 6 is the one we know, which is the main one that seems to talk about 12.1. And then that's where it got very confusing with all the other references to all these things. So I don't think I'll leave that there. I'd say that's part of the streamlining and clarity needed. Criterion 7. I assume Criterion 7, I didn't ask a question about this, but I assume on looking at it again, this is to avoid situations where a developer comes along and says, we're not providing any open space because there's a park on the other side of the road, and therefore we don't need to provide any. Is that the...
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Debate whether you need that, because the policy is provide this amount of open space if they don't. But yeah, okay. But okay, I think then Criterion 8, I had a few issues about whether or not it was actually consistent with Table 12.1 because it has a whole different language. So again, that's probably going to be picked up in your streamlining, I suspect. But it does look like you were asking something completely different in that Criterion to 12.1. So that needs to be addressed. Criterion 9 is mainly about the thresholds, but again, it's okay. In terms of non-residential floor space, which I assume the 10,000 square metres refers to, so 100 dwellings or is to commercial, is the justification for commercial floor space to be providing open space? How is that justified?
Again, I think this is one where this is under the sport and recreation part, and I think it should be actually to the general open space rather than sport. There's a few things on this where I think if you put the standards in the first part of the policy and make it very clear what it's going to, what thresholds or what developments are going to be required to do, you could lose some of these criteria in here, whether you've got the duplication or you've got an issue. So that the 10,000 square metres, I think, I will have to check, but I think it is to do with general open space rather than sport. But it's something I'll have to check.
Is commercial development in and of itself generating a need for open space? I mean, how can you, I mean, housing, you know, you incorporate, if there's a shortage in a particular area, new housing coming, new population need open space to, you know, as part of their day-to-day lives, you know, for all the benefits of open space. Is it similarly justified if you're introducing, sake of argument, because I can just see them on the map B, you've got the two allocations up in the northeast corner, the Romney Marsh allocations, which would be above this threshold. So we would need to provide open space to what end, I suppose, because they're not generating a need. Are they generating a need for open space or playing pitches by virtue of the nature of the development? I mean, you know, is it what is the just, you know, why does, if you go back to first principles, why would it be necessary to make a commercial development except in planning terms to provide open space? I can see it with Resi, clearly, you know, but
I think that's one we'll have to take away, I'm afraid. Just provide that with you.
okay.
Thanks.
I mean, obviously, I might come back if you're in the consider that one. I think if you are going to come back eventually with a revised policy on this, obviously it'll be something for me to go into. If I then need to come back to you and say no, yes or no, either, well, it'll be depending how you deal with it. But I think this, I just wanted to flag up the things to think about here. Say criterion 10 talks about an appropriate level of playing pitch facility, well, the appropriate level of playing pitch facility in 12.1, so it's got a bit confusing. So again, same point. Criterion 11, we've talked about. It's the same issue about on-site, off-site. So it needs to, again, will be covered no doubt in your when you look at this one again. Criterion 12, you've suggested, I think it should be redrafted. I don't think you said how it should be redrafted, but I think you said. But this is the main point about it got a bit confused because you've got natural grass. I've got no issue about, you know, requiring, you're not the first local plan I've seen saying you want natural grass rather than artificial. That's fine, that's one thing. But then it got slightly muddied by then talking about all these issues to do with living conditions and the like, which seem to be a bit, well, that's not really the same. So I think the likelihood is it's just two separate issues. So one issue, you want natural grass, that's a requirement, and then a whole other set of criteria that when delivering sports pitches or open space or anything to do with this policy, will have regard to, or shouldn't have an adverse, unacceptable, I would say, adverse impact on the amenity of local residents, etc., etc. Avoid light spill and avoiding light spill seems to be an issue that's not just to Metropolitan Open Land and Greenbelt, seems to be a factor anywhere. And then the whole issue about a very special circumstance, I think just bin, because, you know, it's muddying the waters far too much into Greenbelt will be Greenbelt, you know, and you've got a policy on that. And then ensure the site is level and has suitable ground conditions. Okay, fine. I mean, you know, it seems a bit harsh to me that if there's a massive, I mean, just think, Lords, you'd be refusing permission for Lords because of the slope. So, you know, how outrageous would that be? But anyway, that's, you know, on your head be it. There you go. So
one reaction that could be given to that sort of comment.
But if that's the Enfield's policy to say, you know, you can't have any slope at all, then fair enough. So that was a canter through, but I think the general issue, I've tried to pick up some of the things that I've certainly flagged up. But I think, yeah, the general point is it needs a bit of a revamp. Try and think about some of these points. Mr. Byrne, before you.
Thank you, sir. I didn't want to work through each point, but I did want to just pick up on a couple of points, if that was okay. In terms of the PPS, the current one, I mean, it's not in the evidence base, but I did read it. And it is based on quite a lot of, I mean, it may have been adopted in around 2018, but the actual policies it's based on are far older than that, from the FA and the Tennis Association and so on. And I think it was based on a plan at that time of 740 or so homes a year. So it's quite different, I think, now. And it doesn't mention the 2.3 figure in table 12.1 at all, which I don't think is correct. In terms of table 12.1, there is a reference to in criteria 6A, meet the standards relating to quality, quantity and accessibility set out in table 12.1. That there isn't any quality part of table 12.1. So probably I think that quality, it'd be quite hard to fit into a table maybe, so it might need to be split out from there as a separate policy. Sorry, a point I forgot to mention on the PPS. I suppose one of our issues is that without that we can't identify surplus areas either, because there's not just areas of deficiency, there's potentially also surplus land, which we think there may be some that might come up in that assessment, which could be put to better use. In terms then of the policies themselves, I think on policy 2, it looks to prevent the loss of sports facilities, but doesn't look to prevent the loss of public open space and allotments and children's play space. So we wondered if that a modification was needed there to give those the protection they needed. In criteria 4, I think we've already touched on this, but I mean, absolutely right. I mean, our concern is that this might get developer-led and that might still start, land values might reflect not delivering the open space and sports requirements needed. And so we were rather perhaps optimistically hoping for a modification to actually address that head on, about land values and viability assessments should incorporate
Yeah, sorry, I didn't ask about this because I read that. Well, I've got a little note, I just said because I wanted to whip through it quite quickly. A note to you, in fact, I was going to say there's quite well-established processes for doing viability assessments that are set out in PPG and beyond. So it's not for a local plan policy, in my view, to set out what you should include in that. It might change over time, what is considered good practice, but again, it's for the council, I was thinking, and their advisors to decide whether or not a viability assessment is robust. And they should by definition be taken into account some of these things. And if you like, if you're suggesting there is some cute ways that developers might be seeking to get around it, well, that should be picked up in the general assessment of robustness. So I don't think it's appropriate. Plus, why I didn't mention it.
Thank you, sir, for clarifying that. I guess then perhaps just the sort of, the focus on saying it will be the decisions are council-led, not developer-led, which I think we're discussing, because at the moment it feels slightly developer-led, if I might say. We weren't sure about criteria 7 and the role of existing open spaces and how whether developers can depend on those or not. We were suggesting here if I can explain, quite often if you sit in planning committee meetings and this comes up, there's not much clarity about the open space and provision which is being delivered. There's quite a lot of double counting goes on between different types of open space, and it's not very clear whether that's allowed or not allowed. So is an allotment part of open space or not part of open space? It might be a judgment call, and it's often not very clearly specified, what the expected new population is and what that will mean in terms of table 12.1, because there is a similar requirement currently, and so we were suggesting that it would be effective if there was clarity asked for there from the developers. In terms of, I mentioned the mutually exclusive bit, and then we've got a recurring point on 12.25 because it has a list of stuff, so we obviously want to add more to the list. Which is the same points I think we've made. It's been made already about lists, but we wanted to, identify skate parks, BMX tracks, and so on, the kind of things that are in Enfield, including equestrian facilities. And then, of course, we have made some suggestions as well, and I won't go into them, but we found that in terms of the references to all the different documents, sometimes when we were going to them, we were reading through them, they're quite lengthy. Some of them, like the infrastructure plan, blue and green infrastructure plan, is really useful, really good, really you can understand it, what's required in this sense. But when you go to the biodiversity version, it was really hard to understand what to take out of there in terms of this policy, and it creates quite a lot of work.
Well, this is why I think there's a danger. I think there's and it comes when thinking how to link it to soundness. It's an effectiveness issue, and that when you either directly say it must be in line with or have regard to, and then list a raft of documents which are not part of the development plan, it inevitably becomes confusing. Now, sometimes it might not be possible not to, or might be very sensible to, particularly if it's a supplementary planning document. That is part of the thing. When you're just randomly, oh, that's got some relevance, let's include. That's got some relevance. That's got a nice title. Let's include it. It's not very helpful. And actually, the policy is the policy. So the policy should say. I think this is the point actually when you wrote, the policy should say what it needs to say. So if there's anything that's in one of these documents that it's incredibly important to refer to, then the policy should refer to it. And that should be what you're seeking to achieve. And so I suppose the job is, frankly, look at all these documents, decide what is actually important policy within those documents and put it in your plan. Not say, well, we won't put it in the plan and then we'll just, oh, it's all right, we've mentioned it, so it's covered. Because as we know, it's the words in the policy, you know, you can have as many documents, but it's the words in the policy that are going to end up in front of an inspector, and that's all that inspector will care about, particularly. So, when you're looking at this again, I think if there are things in that massive list of documents that you think do need to be picked out, then make sure they are actually referred to in policy.
I think just that sounds perfect to us. The one other point probably comes back to something about the Green Flag Awards is about understanding whether there's a need to understand who's actually responsible for managing and delivering some of these open space facilities and parks, because it doesn't feel clear that should be understood. And if you're going to achieve Green Flag Awards, I mean, beyond the kind of ability to even have a chance of achieving them, you kind of need to know, I think, what the management is. And I seem to remember seeing that somewhere else. Maybe in the blue and green strategy there's a similar policy, but it felt like here it might be more relevant here. That was it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. There is, I think you're right, there are references to management and monitoring and things in other policies, so it might be relevant to this as well. Thank you. I think some of your points there, I hope the council made a reference to it, made note, because I think the action here is that this needs a bit of work and obviously we've got to wait to get unfortunately, these things happen, wait till we get the plain pitch strategy to see what that does. And then I imagine, depending on what that says, there'll be an opportunity, at least in the first instance, through written reps, or coming back. It all depends on timing, I think, and how best to at least cover those points. We'll see how to deal with them. So there is your point on criterion 2, fair point. Again, hope that is a fair point, isn't it? On that. Yeah, and I think on criterion 7, I think I understand your point. I think it's what you're saying is a different issue to what criterion 7's about. I think criterion 7 is purely about, again, it's one of those kind of, the policy's been kind of written. There's a few of these actually, where it's like we don't really trust developers very much, so we're going to we don't like these arguments you make, so we're going to preempt these arguments by being very clear that the fact there's a park over the road does not mean. And again, speaking from putting my appeals hat on, that is an argument we get very often, particularly in London. We can't provide the open space. There's a park just there. That's enough. And so you're just trying to be clear about that. I understand. So fine. Okay. So any other points, Mr. Manager, you want to come back on? I think they are covered in the general.
We've got the general point.
General gist. Yeah.
Yes.
Is that okay, Mr. Manager? You covered? Yeah. Thank you. Right. Okay. So we will, if that's okay, we'll have a break. As usual, not got as far as I anticipated. It's entirely my fault. I do apologise. So if we come back, are you departing now? So thank you for your contribution, Mr. Byrne, as usual. We'll come back at 2, if that's all right. Just have a slightly shorter lunch, and then we'll try and get through the rest as quickly as possible. Thank you. Because it should be, well, it's just me talking, so it should be quick. All right, so yeah, we'll adjourn until 2 o'clock. So thank you all very much. We dealt with policy CL5, so now we'll go back and do them chronologically from CL1 onwards, obviously. Are there any matters arising, anything from the council? No, thank you, Mr. Reid. Right, so CL1, promoting culture and creativity. I didn't think, sorry. Yes, I didn't think I needed to necessarily raise a question about criterion 1, other than it does say align with the objectives. I think you've suggested a modification, I think, to criterion 2, B. I think about have regard might just be if I've missed it. You know, obviously it's but it's a general thing, obviously, about the whole align with having regard to point. It might be covered anyway. So there's that, but it's a strategic policy, so supporting proposals which promote culture and creativity, fine, no particular issues with that. I think we've talked before about a situation where, because you've said proposals which are align with, or have regard to, I suppose, or align with the cultural strategy for Enfield, will be supported. I've queried in the past whether that means implicitly that proposals which don't align with the cultural strategy won't be supported. And I think the general point, well, no, that's not the case. Again, it's one of these promotional things that we'd give more weight to, or give, you know, or weigh in the, I shouldn't say more weight, but weigh in the balance if it was in line. But if it's not in line because it's something the cultural strategy hasn't thought of, it doesn't necessarily rule it out. It could just be, it's just be then taken back to first principles. So.
It would be less weight being
but
given.
it doesn't mean to say it has to be in line with that. Anyway. And then proposals situated within accessible locations, particularly town centres, are strongly encouraged. And again, I think, so fine, that's a promotion, that's a preference, I guess, arguably, to see them in town centres, but it's not is that not a policy then which is steering culture and creativity type uses, which might be a very broad set of uses, to be fair, into town centres, or can they go anywhere, but you prefer to see them in town centres?
Mr. Brown would, I think, be able to express a view on that. But I can deal with it if.
Yeah, I think it's preferring that they would be in more sustainable, you know, central locations. So you'd, you know, be in line with policy TC1 promoting town centres. There's a hierarchy in there with where you would prefer things to go, and that could apply to a number of policies, not just this one, to maybe overcome that sort of issue. But it wouldn't mean that you would say no to something because it's not directly in the town centre. I think it's just an encouragement, really.
Okay. I suppose one thing I should have asked first and foremost is what actually is what range of uses does the policy apply to, and is it actually clear what they are? And I don't think there's anything which gives any examples. It does refer to film and TV production facilities, but I don't think
It is in, I think it's part 2. There is
oh, is it just set out there?
yeah, but again, it could be further up within the policy to make that clear.
Sorry, yes. Theatres, pubs, music venues, nightclubs, galleries, museums, cinemas. Yeah. Well, if that's the list of community of cultural uses, then okay. I'll maybe.
I think so. There's a distinction to be drawn between 2 and 1 insofar as 1 is about anything, any sort of use that brings with it support for culture and creativity. So you could have in a residential development something doing that, and it would be supported. So you probably do want to have a distinction. You do want to have the specification of the type in 2 rather than 1.
Okay. Not overly concerned. Maybe, I think, something in the sporting text actually, just to clarify what the scope of the policy is, if it lists those uses as well, but also if there's anything, again, it might be not necessarily tying it down to particular use classes, or whether it's just types of facility, so that's clear. So I think there probably is an action there. But except that 2 is about those particular uses and the loss of those particular uses. So. Then, slightly pedantic point. Sorry, I didn't raise any questions about this because I didn't think it needed it in written. But second sentence of criterion 1: this should be achieved through the provision of new cultural infrastructure and creative workspace, or through the reuse of existing facilities. Okay, that's fine, but what else would it be? I mean, statements of the obvious may not be unsound, but it's probably a statement of the obvious. But okay. but okay, I'll leave that there. Sorry, and this is in relation to criterion 3 and location. I've just picked this up about town centres to be encouraged, but it doesn't necessarily rule it out. Criterion 3 talks about new arts and culture and entertainment uses, which I assume is the same as what's in criterion 1. It's not a different subset. Will be directed to Enfield Town, the 4 district centres and Meridian Water, in line with the hierarchy, as you say, and then other locations for trees, accessible public transport, walking and cycling will also be considered. Whereas criterion 1 talks about it being strongly encouraged to go in town centres. So, although there's a potential inconsistency between those 2 ideas. I am ambivalent, I suppose, as to how that's dealt with, if provided that it's not in breach of national policy on town centres. But I think, that does need to be dealt with, because so they say this, either say it once, or they at least say the same thing.
I think there was something similar last week with the health policies as well, where we had a very similar criteria. So I think this could apply to a number of policies moving forward. So if we have a consistent approach, if that's possible on this, just so it is, where relevant, saying the same thing to relevant policies, and it's just consistent approach for ease.
I think what it comes from, is this idea. We want to get our mission statement in the first criterion. We say, and then we start to get into the detail. But once you start getting into the detail, it actually starts to contradict the mission statement. So, again, it's like, this is why better to have it once.
I think there's, as well, with some of these policies, you've got the loss up front, and then kind of what you want towards the bottom. And I think there's probably the wrong way round on some of these as well.
Okay. So an action there to ensure some consistency about location, or remove any inconsistency about location. But apologies for that. This is not something I've raised in my MIQs. And just a final point, because this also stemmed from the discussions we were having about last week about film and TV studio type things in SILS and LSIS. And it was put to me could be B8 or could be elements of B2, because they are there's some work construction going on inside it. Okay, but logically these are places which are probably not film studios, at least in my mind. It could be quite extensive land use, could be expensive. So in terms of location and promote and encouraging within town centres, or even areas accessible. I mean, you'd hope your industrial areas are well accessible. You know what I mean? They're not always as accessible as some places, not as accessible as town centres, arguably. It might be that those sorts of uses which are referred to in the RJ are not actually, don't fit very well into either criterion 1 or criterion 3 in terms of town centre use, and whether, again, that just needs to be recognised, and that, you'll have regard to the form, function, particular requirements of any use. I don't know. That's not to say, I think, actually, you couldn't necessarily fit a TV studio in a town centre. It might be different. I'm thinking film studios are probably different. Yeah. Okay, so that's that. Criterion 2, I think you've acknowledged that there's a potential issue, because my question, I think, annoyingly on your part, no doubt, that my question C was about criterion 2 after criterion 3 and 4, which wasn't very helpful, I'm sure. But yeah, this is back to this. Well, it's not back to. It's the start of the loss issue, as you say. So we've got, this is an all-encompassing loss policy, which covers a lot of different uses, and then you've got individual loss policies, and then you get this overlap, which can cause a little bit, again, a bit of confusion because slightly different criteria or different approaches. It's not quite clear what applies to what. I think you've recognised that there might be a change needed. I think your solution under this policy, in your statement, differs slightly from what you've said in some of the other policies. So you've said in this, you could have a single criterion and change it, about marketing, change it to say something about 18 to 24 months, blah, 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 and some stuff. And then explaining the text how all the policies relate to each other. But then I think in some of the other policies, you've said actually just retain it as a specific sort of policy for that particular loss, e.g. pubs. As with all these things, I think the first starting point is there needs to be a change, because there's quite a lot of overlap here, and I think slightly different messages being sent between users. And pubs, classic example, pubs are listed here. It says one thing, pubs, you've got an entire pub. Either, I think it's one criterion dealing with the losses across the board, and maybe a cross-reference, or because these policies relate to specific types of use, it might actually be sensible to have a loss policy which relates to those uses. So you cover those issues. Then at least people look in the right. They know if it's about pubs, they know to go to CL6 about pubs, and if it's about something else. So whether or not in this policy it's a strategic one, it's more likely it could be, proposals to replace these uses will be addressed. Well, if you need to mention it at all, just for completeness, perhaps not setting any criteria out in this one, because it's the overarching policy of making sure that those individual policies which relate to specific types of use are covering everything you need to cover. Yes, this might say, well, there's a bit of potential for duplication there, but it's not the duplication as in what I was talking about with the transport policies, where it's the same issue. This is more like LSIS and SIL. Somebody's going to come in with an application for a pub. They can look at pubs. Someone's going to come with an application for open space. They can look at open space. Someone's going to come with an application for something else. Yeah. If policy CL1 is purely, if you can narrow it down to certain uses which aren't covered elsewhere, then maybe the list in 2, leave it as it is, but narrow that list down to things which aren't covered in other policy, if you know what I mean. So it makes it, they're all very distinct and there's no overlap. That would be my suggestion.
I think that's sensible. We'll take that away. Thank you.
Yeah, so actually, if theatres, music venues, nightclubs, galleries are not mentioned anywhere else, then deal with them here. But if pubs and open spaces, community halls are delivered, I think, somewhere else, then deal with them without any overlap. Okay, thank you. This does refer criterion 3 to beg your pardon, sorry, let me answer the question. Sorry, criterion 2 refers to the 12 months marketing. Last week, I think you said on a similar point it was a matter of judgment and perhaps practice, so a similar point on this, I suppose.
Yeah, that's correct. The only one that is different in this set of policies is CL6. where there is it's linked directly to the London plan, 18 months marketing period. So we've followed that through in that policy, but yeah.
Just to confirm on criterion 2, are the 3 bullet points ABC, or 3 criteria ABC, ands? But it suggests and.
It does suggest and, but it should be or.
Should be or.
Yeah.
Yeah. I apologise if you've actually already pointed that out to me. That's why. Did you put that in your statement? Or?
I think we did, yes.
Yes,
and
that's why it probably occurred to me. Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah. So, yes, thanks. Okay, so yeah, action there as well, just to make that all. Okay, thank you. Criterion 3 I'd ask a question about was, this idea that major cultural and art developments must set out their contribution to Enfield's cultural offer. And I recognise that this criterion isn't necessarily about like financial contributions or obligations, which I think your statement sort of covers issues. Right? I don't think that is about what I think the policy is about. It seems to be the policy is more about demonstrating some kind of benefit. But I just wonder why anyone would actually need to do this as a matter of course, because if an application to meet all your other criteria, then whether or not it contributes to Enfield's cultural offer, whether either A, it's axiomatically the case that it would, because it's obvious, or B, so what? You don't need to, because again, this thing, you don't have to find a benefit, you don't have to find a reason for granting permission, you have to find a reason for refusing permission. So why would you need somebody to, and it's not just, I suppose, where there's a harm and you're trying to balance, so you want to understand the benefit. You're saying this is major cultural art developments must, so it's every major application must set out this, and it seems a questionable whether it's justified to make that an absolute requirement. And I think you may have suggested some wording change, I'm not sure, but I don't think they quite got to the nub of what I was talking about. It's more about, well, why are you even asking for this anyway? And I suppose, sorry to labour this particular point, if a situation came to pass where it was finely balanced, well, again, you know, it's not beyond us or everyone to look at this and go, is this providing some benefit? I suppose I do quite rail against this idea that everything has to be written down and that no one can use any kind of form of planning judgment ever, unless it's actually in a document somewhere. So could you not just work it out yourselves?
I think on reflection, I mean, this isn't going to tip the balance on a planning decision, really. It's to inform a planning application, probably, again, to specifically outline what the application is going to do. But from a development management point of view, it's probably not going to have much influence if they meet the rest of the policy and the other policies.
Exactly, it just seems just adding...
Yeah.
And actually, it'll probably be in the DNA statement anyway, it'll be in some kind of planning statement anyway. It's not something the policy needs to try and ask for. So I would say get rid of that then.
Okay, noted.
And then I think I did raise this issue, but we raised it last week anyway, about criterion 4 and the reference to SIL and LSIS, and that's what we said, it was picked up on the fact that there are elements of creative industry uses which are commensurate with what would normally be considered in SIL and LSIS. And I think I suggested an action to at least make that clear in either the supporting text for those policies. So again, maybe in this policy or in the supporting text, need to make it clear that when you're talking about criterion 4 about SIL and else. It's a particular type of, it's what falls into, what might fall into B2, B8, or I guess related sui generis uses. It's not anything creative. So it would be. The only other thing, I was thinking about this, and this was noting your statement, something in your statement about town centres. And whether or not, but I suppose the policy does talk about town centres as well. So maybe that's covered already. Yes, it probably is covered under 3. So I suppose it's differentiating. That's what I was saying, right? I suppose it's differentiation between there's certain types of creative use that might be more suited to town centres. That's where you want to encourage them. There may be some which are more suited to Sill, and it's making sure it's not not trying to steer film studios or B8 uses into town centres if it's not appropriate. But, okay, nothing really there. And then I think criterion 5 was about public art. Thank you. You've confirmed to me that it was included in the Holbein viability assessment. Thank you for that. It's helpful. And you referred me, I think, to in just a general justification for the public art to some SPD that currently operates. Is it the case that you'd be seeking a contribution to public art when it meets the threshold in all cases, or is it dependent on characteristics of a location or site or character of the area, or is it a standard? If it's 51 dwellings or 50 dwellings or more, we'll require this irrespective of.
I think it's a bit of both, to be honest, because you've obviously you've got a standard there, but then there's going to be some cases where, just for betterment and improvement to public realm, there isn't public art at the moment, or there is public art but it needs to be improved. So I would say that's probably a little bit of both. It probably does need to be reflected a bit better in here. But I wouldn't say it's just a standard, and then because it might be that there is sufficient public art, but actually it's not of particular use or quality, and it needs improving, or there's a wider sort of regeneration scheme that it could contribute towards. So I just think it probably needs to be a little bit clearer there, that it isn't just a standard of 50 houses or whatever, and that would comply. I mean, you could link it to there's other policies in design about public realm and public art, and obviously that would there'll be decisions taken on that as well. And obviously in the developer contributions SPD, there is a bit about public art in there. So I just think there probably needs to be a little bit more explanation as to what you're seeking to achieve on that.
Yeah, well, possibly so, and it might be plain contribution may be sought towards this where, and it's the where, isn't it? Because again, it's relating it back to some kind of effect. One assumes you can't again justifying a contribution universally you might not always be able to meet the tests on that basis. You can't. It's just absolutely wherever it is, whatever scale, if it's non-residential, without reference to any kind of harm or mitigation or something. What is it you're actually? Why do you need the public art ultimately? And so it might be planning contributions may be sought towards provision of public art on scales in these circumstances where, and then it's the kinds of things you'd be taking into account when you're actually determining what contribution would be necessary and whether it is justified. But I think even if you just left it, it should be maybe sought, because I suspect it can't always. But I was saying to Mr. Harbert this morning, you can't always say we will do this because it's not within the regs. But maybe something on there about, or either in the policy or in the text, about the circumstances in which public art would be sought. And that would also then address my concern about the non-residential, where it seems a bit more open-ended about when you might need it. In fact, you could say that about why 50 dwellings if it's about non-residential, assessed on a site-by-site basis, take into account the location, nature, scale of proposed development and the extent of public accessibility. So you could say the same about any housing site as well. I mean, it might be not justified to require that from certain development scales, but then you'd be into the related in scale and kind and so on. And actually, whether it's achieving, you're going to get a small amount of contribution not achieving anything, therefore it's not going to deliver the benefit, therefore it's not justified. So anyway, I think something just relates it to what it is, your decision making about, and I guess it would then take those things that I've just said about locations, nature, scale of proposed development. In what way? And I don't think the text maybe doesn't, or the policy or text don't necessarily, but what is it about those things which is going to lead you to require a contribution? So what is it? What about location? What about proposed development? What about accessibility, visibility? I guess how prominent is it? Things like that, Okay, so some maybe some just tweaks there. Okay, anything else on CL1?
I think just similar to the CL5, it just needs kind of moving about to make sure that it's very clear up front what we're actually asking for, and then obviously the loss, as we've dealt with in the other ones, it probably needs to be towards the end. Just if we're consistent in how these are laid out as policies, then it just makes it easier for people to use the plan.
Agreed. Just from a practical point of view, I agree with that. Actually, I think flow of a policy is questionable whether it's a soundness issue. I'm talking my hands a lot. Sometimes it very definitely is, because it sometimes just don't flow logically and therefore confuse. If it's not the case, I'd say from a main mods perspective, it might something you could deal with as an additional modification after adoption, or after at least after the consequence. Because if you're moving things around, it means a lot of underlying scoring through and moving things around, which might confuse. But we can sort that out close to the time. But the flow of policy can be important. I agree. So okay, we move on to leisure and tourism, CL2. Is there a crossover? Oh, I've asked this question about how they relate, how CL1 and CL2 relate to each other. I mean, one's a development management policy, one's a strategy. But are the uses, if CL1's trying to encompass everything, and then these policies drill down into specific issues, is that how it's supposed to work? So CL1 does cover, at least in theory, visitor experience issues and tourism, arts and cultural heritage, in principle, and then this then takes that on and drills it down into more level of detail, just as the pub policy does, just as the open space policy does, so on and so forth. That's the intent, isn't it?
That's the intent, yes. I mean, again, this goes back to CL1, where the list of, making it very clear, the list of uses, because you could argue that, hotels aren't listed at all in CL1, but obviously as part of tourism, that's quite a key factor. So, I think there's definitely crossover, but I just think that list in particular, or just making it very clear in the supporting text and the policy of CL1, what these other policies actually are meant to do, are meant to include, because otherwise you kind of look at leisure and tourism and instantly you just think hotel or something like that, but it's not actually covered in.
Yeah, and I think, but then I'm also thinking about in CL1, which would cover these issues, albeit not all listed, you've got location requirements. So you say, we're quite happy with certain things in SIL and Lelsis or in town centres. Then you come to this policy and you've got a whole set of location requirements again, which may be slightly different and may be quite justified. So it just starts to get a bit, messy. And I kind of understand why CL1 sounds very, if anyone's watching this at home, I'm sure they're thinking, if CL1 gets very, you want this overarching strategic policy, and so you're trying to encompass all the types of uses that are covered by this chapter, but then not to step on the toes of other policies dealing with the specifics. It's actually got to be quite narrowly focused, as it? So probably not getting into the realms of things about location, because then it's just duplicating what's in other policies and saying slightly different things. But there's no other policy which deal with creative arts and ELSIS and SIL, presumably. So that it just gets a bit awkward, doesn't it? I think this, again, I don't want to, it's not a criticism, it's just it's an observation that the desire, perhaps understandable, to have a strategic policy for every topic sometimes doesn't necessarily work, because you end up with this, I've got this overarching thing, but actually it can say nothing different to what's in your DM things.
I think this is coming on later on as well to CL4. It's a very similar issue where, on reflection, we've changed our position on that. But I think the issue in these two or three policies of culture, you have got very similar kind of repetitive things going through, and then you can kind of lose that a little bit in some of the criteria where it's slightly differently worded to other criteria. I mean, it might be CL1, it should be relatively high level, it's a strategic policy. Whether we look at that and kind of the loss side of things, I mean, yeah, we wouldn't want to encourage that. We want to protect these where we can. I mean, it's maybe just going back to that basic wording in CL1, and then CL2, 3 deal with more of the kind of development management issues like it should do. It just might be looking at these in entirety.
Yeah, I think it's quite tricky. I just think I mean, maybe the point will be to come back. This is not, as I say, it's just CL1 deals with location. CL2 deals with location. It might say very similar things, but it's not going to be exactly the same. CL, I'm not going to CL3, CL4, they deal with location. So it just all gets a bit muddy, doesn't it? CL2, I mean, we've already talked about the loss issue, and it seemed, it made sort of sense in my mind that CL1 would be very narrowly focused, and CL2 could be very narrowly focused and on those issues, but then CL1 ceases to be that strategic policy and becomes a DM policy related to those uses which aren't covered by the other policies, if that makes sense, which might just be the way to deal with it. So, CL1 just becomes everything that's not in CL2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And maybe it's not a DM, not a strategic policy in that respect. And you just make sure that, that across those policies, all the different uses are covered, but they don't overlap. So, you know full well, if you're talking about leisure and tourism, you go to CL2. If you're talking about museums, which could be both culture, you go to CL, whatever. But I think it's just at the moment, it's just very awkward. So maybe that's the first thing that you think about all this, and just, there's an action, which is to try and sort it out, but to try and just make it less. Because when you get into leisure and tourism, you get into this policy, it starts to bring in ideas about rural tourism and things. So you're getting outside the scope of town centres and SIL and ELSIS, which is covered in the first policy, possibly completely justified, because it's justified to talk about that. But then what does that mean when CL1 talks about encouraging it in town centres and ELSIS? Because one assumes it's still covering tourism as an overarching policy.
Yeah, I think if we're going to keep a strategic policy, I just feel that maybe it should sort of go back to basics and be relatively high level, deal with the issues more broadly, and then CL2 and 3, if we make it very clear that they are the DM policies and this is the criteria between, for those. I just feel that might be better. We'll have a think, but I take the point. These three policies in particular are. It's almost like, why have we got three policies for this when they're all kind of saying very similar things, or in some cases different things, and it's not consistent. So it's.
Well, it is a running theme about why have you got so many policies saying the same thing. I kind of can understand it a bit more when they've got very narrow focus on a particular use or a particular location, and then at least everyone knows I'm going there to look at that, and it might say the same as the policy on pubs, but that's okay because that's about pubs, and I don't have to worry about that. If I'm wanting a hotel, I don't have to worry about the pubs policy. That's what I was saying about the transport policy this morning. It doesn't matter what you're doing; you have to look at all of them. So that duplication becomes irksome. At the moment, it's irksome because if you're wanting to deliver a hotel, you've got two policies which tell you where to look, and they don't say the same thing. So yeah. So yes, I think first and foremost, go away and perhaps there'll be some mods relating to this chapter, I guess, to ensure it's just clarity, isn't it? And so you're saying criterion 2 deals with losses on this policy. And again, it might be absolutely right that for your approach to looking at the loss of visitor accommodation and so on, and leisure and cultural attractions is a different approach to what you would have for something else, because it's a different use. That might be perfectly legitimate. It's just not making sure that that is how it's looked at and not having to flit around to work out which is the right approach with marketing, for example. Or something. Okay. So, okay, that's probably covers so I'm just checking there's nothing I've missed. Okay, nothing more on that then. CL3, so visitor accommodation now, so it's again a subset of CL2 in a way, isn't it? I think similar point to CL1 in a way, in that you've got criterion 1 talks about where you want to direct visitor accommodation, and then criterion 3 talks about appropriate location, appropriate sites, not quite clear. I think you've talked about the sequential test in your statement, so it's obviously more about criterion 1. So you take in the view that hotels and visitor accommodation are main town centre uses. I think hotels are mentioned in the list. Okay. So the sequential test applies to visitor accommodation, but then the question would be in criterion 3, what is an appropriate site then? And the way that I've interpreted it, I think looking at this supporting text, is that's talking about rural areas, I think. That's what my question said. I suppose that was first, I suppose I should have, is that the correct interpretation? That it's talking about rural locations. I think that's how I took it from the supporting text. But it doesn't really, I guess. So are you saying in rural areas it's an exception? You're like allow visitor accommodation in the rural areas, subject to Greenbelt policy and everything else, as an exception to the sequential test?
No, I don't think it doesn't just apply to rural areas.
Okay.
And again, I think part 1, we should be making it clear in this policy in terms of location, what would apply and where, or within CL1, depending on how we do this. Because we were kind of introducing something like that halfway through the policy, and it's not very clear on whether it's for rural or town centres or other locations. I mean, we've got the hierarchy, haven't we, in terms of appropriate locations within TC1 that we've applied to other policies. So you would argue that that would be the starting point, that you would encourage it in town centres, but equally it's not the end of if it can't be identified in town centre. There might be a need for a hotel somewhere else. You know, if there's another bigger recreational facility outside of the main town centre, so there's always going to be potential justification for that, but I just don't think it's very clear in here, particularly in the policy.
So in that context, what what are the appropriate sites? Is that what you're talking about? Sorry, the appropriate sites are places like where it's connected to a visitor attraction or industrial. I mean, obviously, there's quite a few hotels in industrial estates, if that's considered a suitable. I don't know, it's not listed in SIL or ELSIS, but just for sake of argument, ELSIS could be, I suppose, considered complementary use. You might be amenable to that. Is that what you mean? Is that what Criterion 3 is trying to get at? It's where out of centre might be okay.
Yeah. And there is going to be locations for that, like you said, in terms of industrial estates, or it could be there's a bigger recreational expansion to an existing facility that requires a hotel that's not in the town centre. But this probably goes back to the earlier point where if we are going to have a different criteria for this, it needs to be very explicit in this policy so that it is different to CL1 in the fact that it is, specifically for visitor accommodation. It needs to be quite clear on, if you are going to say something different, it's got to be within this policy, but also make it very clear that it is a different ask than maybe some of the other standard criteria.
Okay. I think in terms of purely locational stuff, depending how you deal with it, it would be useful for 1 and 3 to be dealt with together, as you say. So if it's promoting town centre first, but council acknowledges there may be locations where hotels might be suitable outside of that, then those two ideas go together. As you say, from you picking up this flow issue, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have one idea about town and then another idea later on, which is not opposed to that, but adds weight, adds a different nuance to it. I don't think I've got a lot to say about Criterion 2. 2C, well, 2C, you've said, does not result in an over-concentration of similar uses in a locality. What is an over-concentration? And so what?
Yeah, I think from a visitor accommodation side, it wouldn't have a detrimental impact, really. I mean, it's not like there's an over-concentration of a business or something. It's going to have potential of detrimental impacts elsewhere. But this is effectively, if there's a demand for it, a market-led demand, and it meets all the other criteria, why would you say no?
So, yeah, delete that one then. I think. Agreed. Right. So Criterion 3, I think we've agreed, probably is deleted and refactored into Criterion 1. Depending on how you deal with all of this issue, but refactoring that into explaining how you're approaching the sequential test effectively for visitor accommodation. You've got a quirk, which might be perfectly justifiable. Criterion 4. I think it's PL9, not RE. So what? Yeah, okay, nothing particularly to say on that. And then Criterion 5 is the loss test. So again, it's how you deal with the various loss tests. It might be that this does need its own approach to loss because it's a different thing. But again, it needs to be very clear that what's in CL1 does not apply in terms of marketing. So if you want marketing in this, it needs to be put in this. Don't want people to have to go searching around. So as it stands here, it's purely you'll be not permitting a loss where there are overriding sustainability, unless there are overriding sustainability and regeneration benefits, and the existing use is demonstrated even to be unviable. Is that an and or an or?
Be an or.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. So.
I'm just, again, thinking off the top of my head here. I mean, from a development management point of view, would this even work? Could we protect visitor accommodation? It's a market, effectively, if the business wants to change.
It may well be something that crossed my mind as well.
Just from a practical point of view, I just don't know how we would enforce that, to be honest.
No, I don't either, but I think it's fair that you pick. I mean, I think there's a lot of these, to what end are you seeking to protect it? I mean, if it's if it's a key part of Enfield, I suppose I could see it. If it's a key part of Enfield's economy, you're seeking to protect, or a key factor, or it's a key part of the employment, or a key part of some kind of well, not perhaps the community facility kind of thing. That might be justified, but if it's not, then clearly, there's no justification in requiring anyone to demonstrate why they can't be something else. And as you say, if you take it logically on, if somebody wants to convert some of these things to purely residential employment, well, why would you be resisting that when you're crying out for housing? So.
Yeah, you can see from theatres, cinemas, things like that, it kind of makes sense. But from a hotel, bed and breakfast side of things, then I just we'll.
Well, I would be. I have. Is it unsound? Question mark. Is it? I can certainly see an argument as to why it would be unsound without any other justification for that. So I'm content to. Well, obviously, this whole chapter needs rejigging. So if in part of that you were to decide that criteria needed to come out, I don't think I'd be putting up much of a fight. Okay, thank you. Right. Sorry. Paragraph, I did want to pick up something on paragraph 12.15. And it says, I don't think I put this in the question, so apologies for that. But it says, 2/3 of the way down, as part of the short-term letting agreement, applicants will be required to submit details of a management plan so to ensure rooms will not be occupied for a period exceeding 90 days. Now, I think I've seen policies and approaches like this before, seeking to ensure that visitor accommodation is visitor accommodation, not dwellings. And this would be more, I suppose this is a factor when it comes into rural areas where it might be where you wouldn't normally allow housing, but you might allow visitor accommodation. And I've often seen it related to camping as well and caravan sites. So that might be fine, but should that be in policy? If it's not, unless it's in policy and I've missed it.
Yeah, it probably should be in the policy, but I mean, that would be dealt with through planning conditions, I would have thought, from a DM point of view, if you're looking at.
I suppose the policy, though, yes, the condition might be, but if the policy is resisting or ensuring development, let's think of those, ensuring visitor accommodation is visitor accommodation, is not altered to be something else. Because if it was a holiday cottage, for example, that's there's no distinction, is it? C3. So it might be that's where you'd want to put a condition on it, but I would have maybe a policy hook to allow you to refer to a policy. I mean, it's in your RJ, so it's there, but I think if you want to give it some teeth, I would suggest it should be in policy.
Okay, thank you.
But rather than saying, I mean, the words you've got there might be left as they are, but it's more about what the policy would be, which is ensuring that in locations where housing would not normally be considered appropriate, any visitor accommodation will be conditioned to ensure it remains in that use, or words to that effect. Okay, thank you. So I have nothing else on CL3. Anybody else? So CL4, promoting sporting excellence. I see from your statement you've suggested deleting that policy. Because it covers, everything else is covered adequately. Is there anything you want to say about that?
I just think this goes back to our earlier discussion on whether we need a strategic policy for everything. I think it's partly covered by other allocation policies, criteria 1 and 2, and then criterion 2A onwards, it's a DM issue that's covered by other CL5. So, and other policies in the plan. So I just don't, on reflection, feel it's needed.
Yeah, I mean, my impression of this policy was that A lot of it's about Greenbelt, which is covered elsewhere. As I say, I think you're right. Criterion, I think it's criterion A, 2A, seems to me if it's not in the White Web's allocation policy, it should be, because it's not a strategic policy, it's an allocation. What's talking about is an allocation policy. So, subject to my view, because I've obviously not given my views on that White Web's policy yet, but it might be that the action, if it were to be considered soundly based, notwithstanding the fact I know from last discussion it's got permission anyway, it would be, is there anything in CL4 which should be in the allocation policy? But one assumes that isn't the case because they should be covering it. It doesn't. This policy doesn't refer to RUR 06, which is that's not, I suppose, it's slightly different. But it's a big sport and recreation facility, so it might strike me as being odd. So on and so forth. So far, yes, I do wonder what value it adds. In redrafting this chapter, I think I have no qualms about deleting it, but again, I think the council should just make sure that when doing that, there's nothing that would be better placed in, because I think it's point. There may be things in here which are actually better placed in CL5 or in CL1 rather than just having a whole policy and repeating things.
There's some as well that could be in the previous policies we discussed last week on health and well-being, because this is quite a strong factor in here as well about health and well-being. So it could be that,
And also, just thinking about it, quite a lot of this is in PL9. I think you're like rural placemaking area, isn't it? Because that talks about White Webs and other things. So I think you're covered, and I don't know what it adds. And so so subject to just making sure there's no baby with the bathwater problems. Seems reasonable. It would be useful for me at some point when we decide how best for me to see these suggested modifications. I think for something like this, if you do incorporate elements of this policy into others, just to point those out to me, even if it's in the schedule, so it says something, the reasons for the main models, or just something that indicates to me, so I can at least cross read that. Yes. Yeah. But yes, okay, that was quite quick. I don't think there's any point in going through all those criteria then at the moment. That suits me. We've done CL5, so CL6, sorry. Pubs. So this policy talks. It's got, again, covers the as you say, the range like the other policies do. What is it you want? What is it you're seeking to protect? And then any other factors such as things about agents of change principle and everything else. I think subject to what I said about the loss issue, which again is, I think, just drilling down, making sure the losses policy is very clear, what it is you're trying to achieve there. That's fine in practice, as long as it's very clear that it's not, having to read across to other policies. We wanted to check on criterion 2, is this an and or an or?
It's an or.
I thought so, yeah. So it needs to be changed. That would have been part of my querying that, is again, what if you've dealt with all of these other issues, then why would you possibly need to looking at reprovision and so on? Just bear with me 1 second. I need to open something. And I think, sorry, on the other thing on criterion 2, you've accepted that it's not just about change of use, it's about all things. So again, let's tweak there. That's fine. So yeah, criterion 1 is about it talks about HC7. I was looking at HC7, and again, it says similar things, and again, I might just let you think about how best to articulate that, whether or not is it a case of bringing in the relevant parts of HC7 that you need to, or if they're already there, then you don't need the HC7 reference, or just obviously leave it to HC7 to be the main.
I think it's taking the relevant bits of HC7 over. I think we're going a little bit further on certain things. So compared to the London plan, just from a local distinctiveness perspective. So I think it's reviewing HC7 along with this policy through the modifications and.
Yeah, because your statement says there needs to be a reference to HC7. I think in relation to criterion 2, but criterion 1 obviously already does it. It does have that cross-reference anyway. So between criterion 1 and 2, I think, and HC7, just is it saying, is it just your content? It says everything it needs to say, and it doesn't miss anything important. But if the cross-reference is there, it's okay.
It does go slightly further, though, right, to note that CR6 is more robust in protecting public houses than is indicated, at least in the written statement to HC7, if only because of the marketing period.
Yes, because, I think that was one of my points. Because the second bullet talks about attempts at different business models, management approaches, and active marketing exercise at an appropriate market rate relative to the type and location of public house over a minimum continuous period of 3 years. And that's, say HC7, I don't think does say, does it say, so
24 months.
24 months.
I think it was, wasn't it?
18 to 24 months.
777 says 24.
So you are going further than that. But I did wonder whether the 3 years was 3 years of marketing or 3 years from the start. If you say, right, over the last 3 years, we've tried to open it as a gastro pub, to try and open it as a sports pub, to try and open it all these different business models, blah, 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 blah. And we've also done 2 years worth of marketing. So overall, our attempts to make this pub viable have been over 3 years. The marketing has been over within that, or whether it had to be 3 years of marketing.
The way I read it is 3 years of marketing, but again, that could be clearer.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose I might query why you would need, at least in this instance, to go beyond what the London plan says, because 24 months is already quite a long time. 36 months is, I mean, in theory, it could mean that you're basically requiring a building to be sitting vacant for 3 years in a situation where, again, coming back to it, you're crying out for housing and employment land and everything else. So 3 years. I mean, I know this. You also want to keep pubs, so it's everything. There's tensions all over the place. But 3 years seems an inordinately long time.
Yeah, I think I take that point. I mean, if you can't demonstrate within 24 months that it's not a viable entity, then it's quite a sufficient amount of time, really. If we can, when we're rejigging these policies, we'll have
Bring it back into line with HC7.
Yeah.
And then, yes, and so we've confirmed that it's not an and, it's an or, so that's fine. Criterion 3, nothing from me, I think, on that one. Criterion 4, again, nothing, I'm not. The only thing I think on criterion 4 I was puzzling about is whether, when it says proposals involving the replacement or provision of a pub, must ensure the replacement is comparable character. Is that in relation to the third bullet point of criterion 2, as in where you're seeking to re-provide it somewhere else? Or is that just in any situation where, you know, somebody wants to come along and say, there's a pub there, we're going to knock it down, we're going to rebuild it on site, but with some flats above it or something else, so we're going to make more efficient use of the land. Is it that's more for that context?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think because it's standalone.
Yeah. And so again, is this the kind of non-trusting way of this plan? We don't trust applicants as far as we can throw them. So you'd put an application in for a pub, and then 6 months later you come in with a change of use because you've actually designed a pub which isn't fit for purpose. So you're trying to, you know, is that?
I don't think that's I don't think that's the intent of it, but I can see it comes across like that. So maybe we have to relook at that.
I think what it's trying to do is just make sure that whatever is re-provided in a way that meets the test, the last bullet of criterion 2. Because you can't have, in one sense, you could have re-provision, but you could be re-provision with something that isn't remotely comparable.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it's one of those policies. I look at it and go, yeah, plausible, but I really think about it. Well, it's back to the first principle of town planning. Is it for the council to determine whether or not what somebody wants to do is a viable business? It's not, is it? It's a planned application. Is it suitable? It's a pub, a suitable use of land. It's for them to determine whether or not it's a viable business or not. It's not really for you to be getting involved in. I could kind of understand it more if it's about, you know, you're losing something that you consider to be important, and so it must be replaced by something which is of equal quality, and therefore, and like, you know, if you've said, well, we're only allowing this redevelopment because we're keeping the pub, we're getting some additional benefit out of it, so the pub's got to be viable. That makes sense. I suppose all other terms, it's a bit but dubious, but. So maybe it's okay on those grounds because it's about re-provision. It's perhaps the way it's framed.
So I've just reread it, and I do wonder whether it's looking at something different again, because the last bullet of 2, where it says all feasible options to re-provide the public house have been investigated, and sufficient justification provided where these are not considered, and then the redevelopment must offer sufficient community benefit. I wonder whether criterion 4 is looking at something else. It can include that last bullet, but also can be a separate justification for why the development should go ahead. Perhaps I'm being a bit...
Yeah, well, no, you're right, because actually the only situation in which 4 can apply is if you've accepted 2, isn't it? Because it's the only way you're providing anything, isn't it? Come to think of it.
Yes,
So
quite.
it's got to relate it to 2, hasn't it? It can't stand on its own. Come to
No,
think of
I
it.
think
It's
that's
got-
right.
Yeah,
I think
it can't.
that's right.
Yeah, so it can't,
No, I
because
think that's
you
right.
wouldn't get to that 4 unless you've already said that 2 is okay.
Yes.
There might be a better way for us to phrase that, though, maybe, just so it is clearer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it is more about, it can't just be saying you've got to provide, we're going to be the arbiters of whether this pub's viable or not, because we're experts on pub viability. It's more about making sure that what's being provided is of a similar or equal quality, if it was of a particular community value in the first place. Yeah, so, yes, okay, fine. Understood, right. So, criterion 5, nothing from me. I think that makes some sense. And then criterion 6, yeah. So this is town centre first, and then other accessible locations. Again, I suppose the question there is that in line with PPF town centre? If pubs are town centre uses, main town centre uses, then the test is it's not town centres and other accessible areas. It's town centres, and then demonstrate why you can't. So does that need a tweak? I mean, that was, again, sorry I didn't ask about this. It's sometimes I read it, rereading it again in the context of what other discussions. I think, actually, no, that doesn't quite work. So I think just a tweak to that. Sorry, criterion 5, 6. And the only other thing on that is, again, sorry, it's the agent of change principle. That can kind of get, the way I think of agent change principle, if I'm right or wrong on this, is that if you are a residential use entering an area or activity, industrial activity, pubs, clubs, whatever, the aim is that those existing uses are not prejudiced by you introducing a new use. So to me, I wondered if that actually works for a pub, because it's the other way around, isn't it? It's more about impact on living conditions, isn't it? So I think that would be, I mean, I suppose in theory, a pub still could be agent of change, but I think it's more likely to be amenity. So.
That's exactly right. You can't introduce an agent of change and rely on the agent of change principle to justify its location.
Yeah, quite, yeah. So I think that would be another tweak. Yeah.
Where we're linking to, well, where we're having issues with like public-private amenity, there's obviously a policy in, I think, the design, one of the design policies it major on that. Do we link, would it be better to link to those policies where we can, or, because otherwise I'm just thinking some of these where we have talked about private amenity, they're saying something slightly different maybe in each policy, when there's actually a parent policy on this in design.
I think that you could do, I mean, thinking about it very simplistically, living conditions are a very straightforward issue, isn't it? So you could say, having regard to impact on living conditions assessed under policy, whatever it is. Or you could just say, would not have an unacceptable impact on living conditions, because that's the policy. There's no subtlety there, really. You might have some. But when you come to the example that's going to come up a lot, I suspect, over the next few days is heritage, where there's a lot of policies refer to preserve and enhance heritage. But there's more to it than that. There's quite a lot of subtlety and nuance about how you go about dealing with heritage. So that's where a cross-reference is probably the best way of going about it, because otherwise you'd have to explain the whole, how you go through less than substantial harm, substantial harm, public benefit test, and all that. So while your aim might be to preserve or enhance heritage, that's fine, but actually the way you assess it will be against policy D10 or D10, I think. Living conditions are much more straightforward. It's, you are simply ensuring there won't be unacceptable harm to living conditions. If you want to, in your supporting text, you could say, we will assess this against policy. We want to ensure that pubs don't result in unacceptable harm to living conditions. We will assess that against policy thingy, but whatever it is, policies. But I think it's such a standard. I know it might sound being a bit contradictory, but some things are really straightforward. Impact on character and appearance, impact on living conditions. You don't need necessarily to cross-reference because it's very standard, as long as you're saying the right words. Heritage, transport, maybe parking, all these things where there's a lot more nuance might need more of a cross-reference. Biodiversity, classic. I mean, biodiversity, it's probably not just enough to say don't harm biodiversity, because there's a million different things you've got to think about. So it's a bit of it's not a one-shot size fits all. That makes sense. If you did come up with a policy that said cross-reference, I wouldn't be saying that's wrong. It's not wrong to do that. I think sometimes it's more important than in other cases. Okay, thank you. It's not 4:10, thankfully. It's 3:10. Right, are we okay? Have we covered that? So if we can, are we all right just to end, and we can go straight into town centres? If you have a moment to move around. So again, there's a few actions there, but I think the main, obviously, there's a sort of an overarching action for that chapter, which is it needs looking at to make sure there's no inbuilt ambiguity.